ourselves, never let the truth fade away. This is bigger than ourselves, we won't let the world burn away. Burn away, we feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake it through the back of the pack, kill it anyway. To blame, haters face the world's mistakes. Wake it through the back of the pack, kill it anyway. And we feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake it through the back of the pack, kill it anyway. To blame, haters face the world's mistakes. Wake it through the back of the pack, kill it anyway.
Hey, what's up? What's up? Anybody there?
If you have trouble breathing through your nose,
If you have trouble breathing through your nose. About 10 seconds we'll get going.
When you're born into a fire,
I guess, if we have to.
let 'em burn, let 'em burn it.
I wasn't here last night. What'd you guys do without me?
To the richest buyer, they wanna let the world
My back is still in like, I don't know how to explain it. I'll explain it here in a minute. We need to start the show, I guess. I heard the timer go off. Make sure everything's right. Yep.
Listen up now.
All right, here we go. Let me kill the music.
'Cause we're never dropping now.
Hey everybody, it's Kim Cuckold here. Listen up. I know I promised my family that I wasn't gonna disclose any more of my God dreams. But this very important message came through and I have to tell you guys what's going on. Okay, in my God dreams I was told very clearly that you must subscribe to Cold Beer Confessional. He's on YouTube and Twitch and all of the other ones. I don't know which. There's a lot of them. Subscribe and hit the bell, the notification bell, and hit the likes on it. Now listen, I don't like Cold Beer Confessional. I don't like Will Bird. I think he's an asshole. But you have to, you gotta do what God dictates in the God dreams. I fear the wrath of God, and so does Uncle Tessie. So subscribe to Cold Beer Confessional today. Okay, thanks a lot, guys.
Welcome everybody. I am Will Bird, and this is the Cold Beer Confessional. Thank you for joining us. That was Intel Lady with our new intro. She did a very good job doing what's she call her? Kim Cuckold, I think. But an impression of Kim Cuckage. So I wasn't on last night. My back was bothering me, like my sciatic nerve. I haven't had that sort of pain in a long time. I'm always like apparently I found out yesterday my whole family has it, but I know I'm on the verge of having it a lot because when I wake up in the morning, a lot of times just one leg, it's always my left leg. It feels like extremely, extremely tired. Like it's going numb and it's like extremely tired. Like I ran a marathon with one leg. And then when I was in boot camp, I had sciatic nerve pain so bad one time we were marching down the stairs to like where the dining facility was, the DFAC. We were marching down the stairs, and there was probably let's see, there's like 20 and then a break, and then probably like 20 more. It's probably like 40 steps with a break in the middle of it, and I had just we were coming from the top down. I had just went down the second step, and my left leg just went out. Like it just went away. It didn't hold me up. And I went tumbling down and taking out soldiers in front of me. But I've never had it. I haven't had anything like that since. And yesterday was pretty bad. And it's still, that's what I was saying. I couldn't explain. It's still kind of like if I get in certain positions, it still hurts really bad, but it's not like a sharp pain. It's like a dull pain and almost like my leg's going numb and I can't stand it. I can't stay in that position. I got to move it. Yesterday was really bad. I couldn't find a comfortable position. If I was laying down or standing up or whatever, I could not find a comfortable position to stream. I tried everything. I tried moving the chair. I tried elevating and straightening it out and putting it up on shit and bending it back behind me. I could not do it. And today it just feels, it still has weird positions where it catches in. One of them, thank God, is not seated. But it just feels really tired. I don't know how to explain it. It feels like my left leg is just like at the verge of quitting. Like when you do like if you've ever been in the military, when you do like road marches, like 12 kilometer to 15 mile ruck marches. It feels like it's just that leg though. My other leg feels fine. I don't know. I'm trying to keep stretching it and staying off of it. It is what it is. My dad found something online that's like a knee brace thing that like basically there's like a golf ball in the back of like the top of your calf, and it's supposed to relieve sciatic nerve pain. But I'm sure it does for some people, but apparently there's like 10 different ways that you can get sciatic nerve pain. So like I guess if it was that one specific way, it probably worked. My everybody told me to go to the doctor, but I called. So I use a when I don't want to go to the VA, I use an urgent care. There's one here in my hometown that like accepts. Basically, the VA has this program like emergency community health program where you don't have to go to the VA hospital. I called up there, and she basically told me that as long as it wasn't to the point where my leg was giving out, because I told her about the time that it happened in the military, and if you lose control of your bowels, that's a really bad sign, which thank God I haven't. But those two things I needed to go immediately. But other than that, it's probably best to kind of give it 48 hours and see what happens, especially if it's not getting worse, but it feels like it's getting better. Because most people are going to just tell you to ice it, heat it, and take some, ibuprofen or something for 48 hours anyways. And then if after 48 hours I went in, that they could probably do like some type of shot and give me some more stuff. I don't know. I think I'm gonna get through it all right. The only problem yesterday is like it's not like a crazy pain. Like I guess I described it wrong. It's not like a stabbing pain or like I'm in tears pain. It's like I can't stay in this position anymore. Gotta move. Can't sit. Can't stand. Can't something. Then I'll find a comfortable position. And yesterday I would be in like a position with no pain, and it would last for like 5 minutes. For like 5 minutes. And then the pain, the like a weird pain pressure eases back up, and I got to move again. Just today, I went to change my dad's bandage. We talked for a little while, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna go to the office. And I was like, unless you need something. And then poor dad, he's like, as soon as I said unless you need something, I was in a weird spot where like the pain started creeping up. And he's like, well, there was, I can't remember. I think that I was going to have you, what was it now? I can't. And me standing there like shaking, gotta move. But it is what it is. It is getting better. Like right now, I'm usually in a pretty good spot where I'm seated. I can just move basically where my foot's at. I'm on a computer chair, and it's got 5 legs. And I've got my left foot up on one of the legs, like sitting underneath me with my feet underneath me. And it feels pretty comfortable. At least I can get comfortable today. That was a problem yesterday. I didn't think that I could get comfortable enough. I didn't think that I was going to be able to sit and do a stream for 10 minutes, much less hours. So that's why I canceled last night. The king of cancels. They're going to start calling me Phil over here. I heard everybody's been all keyed up on Phil. Somebody sent me some stuff about if he was that, what's the guy's name? Klein Smith, is that his name? I don't know if y'all know this, but there's a guy named, I guess you do know it if you've been over there. Truth or Roast Chat was all in a panic today or interested in finding out if Phil was Kevin Kleinsmith. Now, someone shared me with this like a year ago. And I agree, the guy kind of looks like him. I don't think it's him. I'll show you in just a second. Let me move the channel around. Like that. And then we'll pull up the main screen. I don't think it's him at all. But the guy does kind of look like him. Sometimes eerily like him, except a little bit chubbier. Like he's got more like meat in the jowl area. That ain't copyright. Copy message. No. Maybe I gotta highlight it. Is that right? No, it keeps doing that. Why is it doing that? Let me just click on it. It's not working. Let's click on it. There we go. All right, so Kevin Kleinsmith is this guy. And yeah, at certain angles and stuff, see how his like face is fuller? I don't know. I don't really know how to describe that, but that's him, Kevin Kleinsmith. And about a year ago, somebody sent me this and was like, oh my God, that's Phil. Is this why he says, you're not going to believe who you've been talking to? You're not going to do this? Jowlewski. You're not going to believe. Is this it? Is this who he is? Is this what he's hiding from? Here he is posed in front of he's a big Michigan State fan. Kevin Kleinsmith, FBI lawyer. And a lot of people had associated the two, but the only problem is, like, even if this did look super like Phil and everybody's like, oh my God, that's Phil for sure. The only problem is we've got documentation, literally. Like, a lot of it I don't share because if it doesn't benefit the show in some way, it doesn't disprove something he's saying in some way, I'm not going to just go put it out there just to show you who Phil is. But if it doesn't do one of those things, I don't typically mess with it. But like, we've got documentation of him from birth, basically. He's always been Phil. He's never been anything more. He's Phil. He went to school. He signed a letter of intent to go play baseball at Duquesne. Ends up working at his family's gas station, Subway. Then he becomes he figures the way he can make some money is by being a real estate salesman, a realtor, I guess. And he does that for a few years. I mean, he's never been anything. He's never been with the NSA. He's never worked like a factory. He's never done really anything other than gas station that his parents owned, Subway that his parents and grandparents formerly owned with them parents. It's literally even called his mom's name is Osmolia or whatever it is. That's what the market's called. Let me actually look up what her name is. I can never remember. Is it Osmolia? Anyways, that's what the market's called. Like he's never been anything. The lies about him being something with the government, all lies. When he says, when it says, someone asked him in rapid fire, have you ever collected a check from the government? And he says, yes, that's a lie. Have you ever been a paid contractor or a contractor for the government? That's a lie. Have you ever been, all those things, all those things are lies. None of them are out. Yeah, it's Osmolia, Osmolia, and the place is literally called Osmolia Market. Phil actually tried to sell it for him one time. I don't know what was going on at the time, but he tried to sell it for him one time. He's got marketing pictures of it, and in the marketing pictures, it is like it's a gas station and a Subway, and Phil worked there. That was like I don't know, his summer job. I don't know, but that's what he did. It's in Moosic, 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 PA. It is literally just a gas station, not even a really nice like gas station. It's like an older gas station, like a service station that has like garages and shit you can use, and a Subway built into it. And like I said, Phil tried to sell it at one time. He had it listed for commercial property. I don't think anybody bought it. It belonged to his grandparents and then his parents, and then Phil worked there. And that's why Phil lies and says that they owned multiple businesses. They owned multiple restaurants. They owned restaurant chains. They never owned a restaurant chain. They had one fucking Subway. Okay. They had one franchise of a Subway. They didn't have anything else to go with that. So he worked there until he became a real estate. It seems like he did try to attend college a couple times. It never really worked out. He never got a degree, never finished anything. Never did a whole lot with his life. But when he got into real estate, if you don't know, if you do decent at real estate, you can make quite a bit of money, right? You make a commission off the percentages of the house sales. If you're a sole real estate lister, you make basically double the commission. If you're for the buyer or for the seller, and so the opposite has their own realtor, then you make half of it. You guys usually split it, but you can make decent money. There's a guy on YouTube that's basically a self-made first-generation millionaire that tells you how to invest, and he made it through selling real estate. Now he did he sells real estate and fucking in like out there near LA and Hollywood and shit where they make a lot more, but it's also a higher cost of living. You can make decent money here. I have friends that basically they went and worked for. I have friends that grew up just like Phil. I got a buddy who his parents owned a business. He went to work for that business for a while. His parents kind of got out of it, and he didn't really want to take it over. So what does he become? A real estate agent. He and his brother are real estate agents. So I don't think he's anything special. He's never been anything special, and none of the evidence supports that he's anything ever, right? All the evidence supports that he's just a regular guy. So then he says shit like, "Oh, you won't find my name anywhere. You won't find my name anywhere in any of those things in any of this." Yeah, that's because you don't exist, right? You can't tell me you haven't this alter ego. There's no time for you to have an alter ego. There's no time for you to have an alias. There's no time for you to go work at the NSA or the CIA. We know your entire background. There's literally not more than a week missing out of what you did in your life. So I don't know if you just like maybe you were put in a stasis of some sort and traveled there interdimensionally, but other than that, you didn't do shit. There's not enough time. There's not enough time for you to do that. Yeah, Kathy H is a real estate agent. A Florida real estate agent. Kathy Holbrook. She's a good one, too. Yeah, somebody sent me that. I answered that today. That was all right. Phil made a couple videos that people were talking about, made a few weird posts. Scott McKay's doing a live stream right now. Somebody sent to me. Just a few different things. What is this? Whose video is that? Hold on. God, some of these are good. Some of these are good. Some of these are stupid. Let me see what this one is. Oh, this is that scam and spam alert. This is not that good of a one. Thank you for sending that. But this is the one where they claim like, hold on, I'll show it to you.
Why did I say I have a law degree? Never said I practice law. Why did I say I have a law degree? Never said I practice law. I have a law degree, but it's not for this type of stuff. So just, I'm thinking this logically based on common knowledge of law.
Do I have a law degree? Yes.
Now, Phil has no degrees. Not many, not multiple, not... What did he say the other day? Biometric chemistry or something. There's not even a thing.
I was educated in mathematics and science as well. I have degrees over here on the wall for it.
Degrees over here on the wall. Just out of camera view. Just off the edge of the screen. I have degrees, plural, multiple ones.
I know. I was educated in mathematics
There it is.
and science as well. I have degrees.
I have degrees. Produce any diplomas, certificates. Plaintiff does not possess any diplomas, certificates, and or transcripts from Harvard University or Harvard Business School. Weird.
Over here on the wall for it. I know.
I was going through his Instagram the other day just looking for some old stuff. I've been looking at some old... I think if more people saw some of his older stuff that follow him, they'd be like, where the fuck is this coming from? Why did he say this? Why did he do that? Why did this happen? Why was he claiming this? One of his oh, did he finally block me? One of his things is he posted like the Harvard H. I guess it's like their shield or something. I'm gonna have to go to let me open the incognito tab. I guess it's like their shield. I don't know, what do you call it? Their crest, maybe. It's like an H and has a bunch of different things. And he posted that as if he went to Harvard and said something about it on his Instagram. Let me see if I can find it. I'm pretty sure he blocked me. When I found it, all I put was for like a page and a half. I was the only comment on it. And I thought it was funny, but apparently he didn't, so now I'm blocked. It won't show me older posts, I don't think, where I'm not logged in. It's fine. You could go check it out on Instagram. It is what it is. It's the Harvard, I guess it's a crest. It's like let me see if I can find it. Harvard. He blocked me. It's the crest, but it's not even. It doesn't even look like the right one, because the regular one, the right one, it says Veritas, as in Latin for truth, and this one didn't even look right. It looked very strange. But he posted up and has it there. No one had commented, so I just laughed at it, and that was enough to get me blocked. I can't find him. What an asshole! What an asshole! Phil Godlewski, Instagram. That's all it took to get blocked. Jesus, who would have known it? Who would have thought it? I wish I don't even know. I don't even realize what he put. I don't even remember what he put in the post. It was just him. It was just him and that Harvard crest. He wasn't even in the picture. He just posted it. Oh, here it is, I think. Hold on. Well, because why not? Negotiation mastery. If it'll load. Oh, yeah, here it is. So this is Phil Godlewski's Instagram. Veritas, Harvard. And it says, because why not? And then, of course, my comment's gone. No one had commented on this. And I just put, like 4 lines of just laughing at him. And he blocked me. Man. Talk about a sore loser. Because why not? Because why not? Because I can't produce it in court. Because I can't, the documents aren't real. Because I can't show anybody. Because I'm a secret agent. Because I can't. That's why not. Because you can't. Fucking idiot. He's posted some stuff on Telegram today. I hate that this turns into a Phil thing every day, but damn, he just, I don't know, he's too dumb for his own good. He winds up in a trap every day. He posts the stupidest shit. So let's see what he posted. Let me pull it up. Give me just a second. All right, let's see where we left off here. He posted a video that a bunch of the old grannies were like this is disgusting. That got really upset about it because it was a video with his tongue going everywhere. So he says, is it a coincidence? Phil's in the Virgin Islands. We read that one. 18 U.S. Code. He posts the 18 U.S. Code 2385, which is advocating for overthrow of the government. And it's basically the order where you can't advocate for the overthrow of the government. Then he posts a video of somebody with a telescope.
Okay, we're going to check out the sun here.
Somebody looking at the sun in a telescope. Oh my God, I'm going to turn off the freaking music. What is that? So they're using a piece of dark film to look at the telescope. I can't play this music because it's probably copywritten. I didn't even watch this, but I guess he's looking at the music. He's looking at the sun with a piece of film, and he's claiming it's completely smooth. I don't know if you've ever seen the NASA photos of the sun, but they show like a broken, it looks like almost like a lava plane. Like it's broken and it has flares coming out of it and stuff. And Phil posts, there's no such thing as solar flares. They are about as real as outer space. Stop falling for their lies. It's time to wake up. PSA. So remember how Phil became the group where everybody was supposed to be accepted and liked and put together, taken care of, blah, blah, blah. Everybody, we need to come together as a movement. Well, he completely contradicts that almost instantly. So before we get started reading this, if you like the show, if you want to support the show, please like, share, comment in the live stream, comment in the after the video is posted. That'd be great. Like the video, share it out where you can. You can share it everywhere but Twitch, but on Twitch you can like. We're on Rumble, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. Share it all those places. Comment on all those places. Do what you can. Like it there. If you want to go above and beyond, you can do that. Go to coldbeer.fund, coldbeer.fund, coldbeer.fund to support the show financially. You could do several different things that'll make alerts pop up on the screen. Subscriptions, bit donations. Going to coldbeer.fund. The newest one that we're pushing is called Dono Clip. It's this one right underneath all my social media sites. By the way, go follow me on multiple sites because I could disappear. But this one called Dono Clip, if you click on it, it opens this. Record an audio or video message. So it can just be your voice, or it can be, a movie. Basically, you record a message, send it to me, make me laugh. It'll be fun. So go check that out. Audio and video recorded on Dono Clip. We still have Buy Me a Coffee like always. If you just want to leave a text message, you leave your name and a text message, you can do that. And we got the merch shop as always. T-shirts, racerbacks, long sleeves, pillows, coffee cups, and stickers. But yeah, we're trying out this new Dono Clip. Let me know how you like it if you use it. We've only had one person use it so far, but I think it'd be really fun. When you can record an audio or a video message, I think people have fun with it. It has to meet terms of service. You can't just, take a picture of your dick or something. It has to be reviewed, but I don't care if you like cuss or something like that. Just as long as it doesn't go against terms of service, be funny. I think it'll be funny. Or maybe you just want to get something off your chest. I think you got 10 seconds worth of video, which doesn't sound like a long time, but it is once you start recording. If you don't like it, if you don't like what you recorded, you can re-record. It's no big deal. You can watch it yourself before you send it. It's not like it just takes it from you. You have no idea what it looked like. So check it out there. It's Dono Clip. It's on coldbeer.fund. You click on Dono Clip, or it's donoclip.com/coldbeerconfessional. donoclip.com/coldbeerconfessional, or click this link here. It actually seems really cool. All right, here we go. Let me catch up on these. PSA, message me on Telegram, send me text messages to my phone, or emailing me at any of my email addresses will do nothing to get you unbanned or unmuted from my channels on Telegram, Rumble, or otherwise. If you were previously banned on my prior chat room, you are no longer banned on the new chat room. If you are currently banned on the new chat, you will not be unbanned. A current ban means you were given another chance to stand beside true patriots, and you messed up that chance with disrespectful, hateful comments or words. If you are currently muted on the new channel, you will have to wait until your comment muting has expired. Some of these are for a day, some are a week, some are longer. The level of your conduct and or violation of the 10 Commandments, tell me that isn't blasphemy for the good Christian. That's a joke that I would make, but I don't claim to be the super Christian over here. I don't claim to be the super Christian leading the children of Israel to the promised land or whatever. The 10 Commandments will determine the length of time frame. I would love to welcome everyone back to the chat channel. We have an absolutely amazing group of patriots who want exactly what you want, true freedom. Please be respectful to one another, to myself, and to our cause. If you cannot do these things, you need to not join the channel. Love you guys. Basically, he said earlier that you're more than welcome to have an opinion on anything, as long as you're not disrespectful to my opinion. So as long as you agree with him, you can say whatever you want. It says in the appeal, he shared another one. It says in the appeal filed on January 23rd, Brunson argued that the court should grant a rehearing because the case represents a very powerful domestic covert operation that is so benign that it cannot be seen, that it cannot been seen on how it has breached our national security and how it is affecting the national security of both Canada and Mexico, and how it has circulated fears that we might soon see the destruction of property along with a large volume of bloodshed in our own streets. I don't think that's the way to get your case reviewed. I don't think that's it, Haas, but I mean, you do you, but to challenge and say, oh, well, there's going to be a lot of bloodshed if you don't review this, I don't think that's it. The Brunson Supreme Court case is going nowhere. Phil said they immediately decided it in secret and said it was good. He didn't say they had to get it back. When it's already been sent back. It's just not there. It's not going to be there. They're not going to rehear it. They're not going to argue it. It's just not there. So much so that they didn't even ask the lawyer that's representing all the plaintiffs to even show up and make a statement. Like, they know it's not going anywhere. They know it's not going anywhere. The rest of the world knows it's not going anywhere. Don't hold out for the Brunson case. There's nothing there. Anyways, back to Phil. Let's see what we got. Please answer this poll. Because I'm a dick. KC22008, a.k.a. Katie Rose, bought you a six-pack. I love your laugh. Keep up what you do. Thank you very much for the donation and support. That's at buymeacoffee.com/cold beer. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Phil says, please only answer this poll if you live in the Ohio area or any surrounding area that is affected by the chemical spills. By the way, correction, I've been saying polyvinyl chloride, and I'm wrong. It's actually vinyl chloride that spilled. It's used to make polyvinyl chloride, which is PVC, which is, I guess, where I got mixed up. But it's only vinyl chloride. It's not polyvinyl chloride like I've been saying. It's just VC. It's not PVC. So I've been saying that wrong while we've been talking about it. I really didn't cover it, but we just, talked about it in passing. But that was wrong. It's just vinyl chloride. If the answer to the above is yes, I do, have you been sick and or experienced unusual health concerns since the spill? And it says, it's asking them, please only answer this poll if you live in Ohio or any surrounding area that is affected by the chemical spills. Then it says, if the answer to the above is yes, I do, have you been sick? So if you live in Ohio, have you been sick or experienced any unusual health concerns? Overwhelmingly, the answer is no. I think that kind of backfired on him. I was hoping it was going to be like, the government did it and blah, blah, blah. But now he's going to say that it's a false flag and it's not really happening or everybody'd be sick. So I guess it works either way for him. He then shares, how many times has a sitting vice president of the United States traveled on a C-17? Who were the last VPs to do so? What was the reason for the C-17 flight as opposed to the normal aircraft? Do the research and get the answer. So this is him trying to insinuate that something strange is going on. Sorry, just saying. That something strange is going on. It's not what we see. It's not what's going on. Blah, blah, blah. So Kamala Harris returned from Germany in a C-17. The reason she returned from Germany in a C-17 is because the Air Force Two seemed to be experiencing some issues, some mechanical issues. Not that it wasn't safe to fly. They ended up flying Air Force Two back, I'm almost positive. Let me make sure. But it didn't meet the standard that they needed to have the vice president on it. Let's see. She had to switch planes on Saturday during her trip home from Europe after technical issues, grounded Air Force Two. Harris, who was speaking at the Munich Security Council, blah, blah, blah. Due to maintenance difficulties, the VP and the traveling party will depart Munich to Washington, D.C. on a backup aircraft. The White House did not release more information on what caused the last-minute switch. During her remarks in Munich, Harris said the United States has formally determined that Russia committed crimes against humanity amid its war in Ukraine. By the way, everybody's freaking out and saying, told you so, told you the U.S. did it, told you the U.S. hit the pipeline. You guys know that's just somebody claiming it, right? It's just some random dude claiming that he's got an inside source that told. It's no better than Phil claiming that he's got an insider source. If you haven't seen the story, they're supposedly claiming that the USA hit the Nord Stream and Nord Stream 2 pipeline not by covert operations. They're claiming they did it in the most in-your-face fucking way possible. So basically, I guess 6 or 8 months before Nord Stream and Nord Stream 2 blew up, 6 or 8 months before that, we had a war game in the area. And they said that the guy's saying that he claims that special divers during that war game knew that tensions were getting hot. So they went out and dove down and planted explosives on it. And literally, what is probably the most critically patrolled area in the fucking world, they just dropped off divers and they went down and nobody fucking noticed it. Not to mention the pipeline's constantly inspected. There's robots on it all the time. There's autonomous craft. There's video recording. There's all kinds of shit. But yeah, they just went down and blew it up. Like, most people are not believing this guy. I know a lot of people have jumped on board with him, but it's just a guy that claims it. It's just a guy that claims it. It's the guy's name's Hirsch, I think. He's Seymour Hirsch. Is that his name? He's a journalist, an investigative journalist, and he came out with this report just claiming that he has an insider. That it says last June, the Navy divers operating under the cover of a widely publicized midsummer NATO exercise known as Ball Tops 22 planted a remotely triggered explosives that 3 months later, I'm sorry, I thought it was 6 or 8 months. 3 months later, destroyed 3 of the 4 Nord Stream pipelines, according to a source with direct knowledge of the operational planning, Hirsch writes in his article. According to Hirsch's source, the decision to sabotage the pipeline came directly from U.S. President Joe Biden and was a result of a highly secretive debate that lasted over 9 months with Washington, D.C.'s national security community. Hirsch's anonymous source claimed the issues during the debate was not whether to carry out the mission, but how to achieve the goal without getting caught. The Liberations reported. So this is dumb, right? This is a dumb mistake for the U.S. to make. You're telling me that we went and sabotaged our allies who we really need on our side, especially if Russia is hostile, and we went and sabotaged and potentially alienated most of Europe and Germany, most of the rest of Europe and Germany. It's just, it doesn't make any fucking sense. It's dumb. It's dumb. It's as dumb as Monkey Works, who said we fired a fucking missile at it. Except his time is off by about 4 fucking hours because he can't do time conversion. Oh, you can even see where the plane had a little dip where they dropped their missile. Okay, cool. It's just dumb that we would do that. It is. It's dumb. It's just dumb. It doesn't make any sense that we would blow up the Nord Stream pipeline with what was going on at the time. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense for us to do it at that place at that time. It doesn't make any sense to risk us potentially getting caught planting explosives there at the time that the explosives were supposedly planted. That doesn't make any sense. There's a lot of issues with this that I don't think that was accurately addressed. I'm trying to see if I can find this other article that was about it. Hold on. I read another article about it. That went over basically why we shouldn't have, why we wouldn't have done that, why it was silly for us to do that. It didn't lay out all the on how no. Why it wouldn't have been done like this, and why it was so crazy to do this. Of course, the White House has come out and denied it, but even if they did it, they would come out and deny it. But I just don't think it makes sense to blow up the pipeline. I don't know. It says Pulitzer Prize-winning U.S. reporter Seymour Hersh said last week that U.S. Navy divers in a CIA operation ordered by President Joe Biden planted explosives that destroyed 3 Russian gas pipelines under the Baltic Sea last September. The White House dismissed Hersh's reports, which relied on a single source only to support his claim about the destruction of the Nord Stream pipeline. So this guy is apparently an acclaimed journalist. I guess I didn't think he would write with a single source only. For real? Yeah, they're claiming that they sat there for 3 months and then they decided to flip the switch. That would give them deniability. Here are some key events in this guy's career. Hersh in 1969 exposed the massacre of South Vietnamese villagers by U.S. troops in the hamlet of My Lai. His syndicated report was credited with helping in the Vietnam War. His reporting for the New York Times on the President Richard Nixon Watergate scandal led to an award. It seems like he's a decent journalist, but with one source, you're going to come out with this. I don't know. I guess I don't get it. And it doesn't make tactical sense. I'm not saying that Biden's like the smartest person in the world, but doesn't it seem silly that, I don't know. There's just too much to lose. There's just too much to lose. Oh, here it is. With the U.S. doing it at that time. To me. It says, according to the source who had direct knowledge of the operational planning, a team of U.S. Navy divers planted explosives in June 2022 during an annual NATO exercise in the Baltic Sea, while tens of thousands of Navy personnel from allied countries on site and hundreds of thousands more were monitoring the exercise remotely. So, yeah, not only were there tens of thousands of our own troops and friendly troops there watching, there was hundreds of thousands more troops watching remotely and monitoring things. That is, according to his source, Team Biden thwarted the Russians' superb surveillance. Now, the Russians have some of the best surveillance they got on the Nord Stream pipeline. And they were thwarted in their attempts by planting explosives literally while everybody watched. Well, you don't think Russia's asshole during a mock war game is puckered while we're having a mock war game on their #1 producing pipeline right over top of it? You don't think they're watching that shit? Jaco and his Dolphins put him there. I wouldn't doubt it. Shoved it in his blowhole. It was a brilliant plan, to be sure, but according to Hersh's source, Biden was still worried if the pipeline blew up just 48 hours after NATO had conducted an enormous joint exercise in exactly the same place. The Russians might get suspicious. So the president asked for a mechanism that would allow him to detonate the explosives at a later date. According to Hersh's source, it was something of a chore for the military with limitless resources to devise a way to blow something up later from somewhere else. But it was precisely that innovation that would keep Putin from suspecting U.S. involvement when the pipeline blew up 4 months after NATO had conducted a massive exercise in the exact same place where the pipeline was sabotaged. So I don't know if you've ever done this before, but I fly drones and I do a lot of remote control stuff, which I enjoy. That's like my hobby. If you've ever done like an underwater drone or a submarine, some type of underwater drone, they're always tethered. The reason they're tethered and they're not wireless, they at least have to have a box that comes to the top that floats, is because radio waves don't go travel through water. Radio waves don't travel through water at all. So they had to invent something new to detonate this remotely. They had to invent, like, there's signals don't travel through water like they do through air. It's not like Biden was just sitting in the White House and flipped on a regular fucking detonator and clicked it and boom, that's it. They called it the White House called it utterly false and complete fiction, while Russia's spokesperson said in response to the piece Moscow had repeatedly expressed its convictions that the U.S. and NATO were responsible. Maybe the U.S. really did sabotage the Russian pipelines, but even this article says maybe the U.S. really did sabotage Russian pipelines, but it sure didn't happen the way Hersh describes it. Maybe it was the Russians who did it themselves, or perhaps it was those seemingly the strongest motive for hitting Vladimir Putin, the Ukrainians. I wouldn't put it past the Ukrainians did it somehow, and the U.S. is refusing to admit that. That happens a lot. There's not enough evidence yet to know, but we do know enough about Biden's public record to judge the story's premise. Never mind its absurd details. So they start calling in past events with Biden like this. As Vice President Biden warned against killing Osama bin Laden, even with an elite Navy SEAL team tasked for the mission. But as president, he ordered Navy regulars, not even special forces, to blow up the piggy bank of a state with large nuclear arsenal. Biden let a Chinese spy balloon tour the American homeland, crossing over several sensitive sites, but he sucker punched Putin in Russia's own backyard. Hard as it is to believe, the big takeaways from the piece is just that. Joe Biden is one tough hombre. To conclude, Hersh writes, the source had a much more streetwise view of Biden's decision to sabotage more than 1,500 miles of Gazprom pipeline as winter approached. Well, he said, speaking of the president, I got to admit the guy has a pair of balls. He said he was going to do it, and he did it. But we know he doesn't have any balls. If he had balls, he'd be calling out these other countries. Hersh wanted readers to believe that despite seeming like a pensioner in steep cognitive decline, Biden is such a hard-charging defender of democracy that he bested even Putin in the black arts of sabotage. Americans, thank your lucky stars that your security is in the rough-hewn hands of Dark Brandon. One former senior intelligence official I spoke with described the Hersh piece as still dossier quality garbage. Journalists say the Hersh story was rejected by several publications before he decided to publish it in his own Substack. So if you don't know, the story's didn't make the news. He tried to get it on the Washington Post. He tried to get it on the New York Times. He tried to get nobody would pick it up. With one witness and nobody corroborate anything, nobody'd pick it up. So he published his own. Substack with it. The issue was apparently that the story was a single source, but the real problem seems to be something else. Hersh has enjoyed an impressive journalistic career, includes a Pulitzer Prize for his reporting in 1968 on My Lai massacre. when U.S. soldiers slaughtered Vietnamese civilians. He is also notorious for getting spun up by his stories. Most notably, he fell for forged documents claiming that John Kennedy bought Marilyn Monroe's silence and about their alleged affair. He published that as well, forged documents. Hirsch was planning to use them for his book, The Dark Side of Camelot, but luckily for him, questions about the document's authenticity surfaced before publication, and he had time to withdraw the sections based on them. His most charitable colleagues like to distinguish between the hard-working veteran reporter and the man who seems incapable of stopping himself from making sensational claims unsupported by evidence. For instance, shortly after the New Yorker published his deeply reported expose about U.S. military personnel torturing detainees in Iraq, Hirsch mesmerized an ACLU audience, saying he'd only told half the story. The Pentagon had videotapes of American soldiers sodomizing young boys at prison. That didn't happen. He never followed up with a written report to corroborate those charges. And so, according to his interpretation of his two modes, Hirsch Unplugged is a freewheeling and sometimes parodic version of the investigative journalist who's at best when accompanied by a rigorous editorial process. So he had to publish it himself because people wouldn't even pick up the story. But the Q-tards are running with it, saying, see, I told you. See, why is nobody talking about this? Why hasn't anybody covered this? Why isn't anybody... This bullshit. Anyways, back to Phil. Oh, no, we were actually going to call Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris, right? She had to fly on the C-17. Their superiors complacent. She added the U.S. military would... I don't know what the issue was. I was under the impression... let's see. Air Force 2 grounded. I was under the impression that it met flight standards and was still going to be flown home, but that it didn't meet the standards to have either the president or the vice president on it was the reason they took it down. And she flew home in a C-17. Air Force 2 grounded. I wanted to see if they updated anything about what the issue was. They might not. It happened a couple days ago. Armored vehicles, visuals, Common C-17 military plane fly back to Munich. Let's see if anybody updated this post. C-17 military plane fly back to Munich, blah, blah, blah. It was having, Air Force 2 was having developed technical issues. There's Air Force 2 right beside it. I wonder if it's the first time a C-17 donned the Air Force 2 call sign. No. No, that one's not been updated. Okay. See if any of these other ones are. Due to maintenance experiences, maintenance / mechanical issues. Forced to switch planes on her return trip. Okay. Due to maintenance difficulties, the VP was traveling probably to Munich, blah, 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 backup aircraft.
I was Vice President of the United States.
Oh, my God, stop talking. That scared the shit out of me. Harris met with Prime Minister conference. That's the same one we just read, but it doesn't say anything about it. Maybe we'll get some updates in the next couple of days. Maybe we won't. I don't know. We'll have to keep an eye out for it, I guess. Either way, she did come home in a C-17. Then Phil says, do the research, get the answers. Then we have this incredible video. This is the one the old ladies were complaining about. Oh, my God. This is come on, do the locomotion again. But he's got a filter on that makes his tongue like bounce around his head, right? Now, the old ladies didn't understand that this is a filter. And one of them's like, I have my limits. I have my limits, and I that is something I do not want to see. All that tongue action and shit. Like, they were getting hot and bothered by it. His old following didn't know this was a filter. So Phil posted and says, I'm dying. But his old ladies are like, I wish he just put his tongue in his mouth and not cancel his show and shit like that. It was very funny. Very funny. It is creepy, though. It is creepy. It was the locomotion plane. I guess it was the same video. Hey, guys. So then he had a live stream scheduled. This is where a lot of people got pissed at him. He says, hey, guys, I'm not going to be able to make it tonight. Too much going on here in Arizona. I'll be back on Tuesday, okay? Thumbs up. Not tomorrow, not today. He'll be back on Tuesday. This was on Sunday night. He couldn't do his live stream. I canceled too, but he's got a lot of stuff going on, guys. I swear, I don't think he ever does a stream. Like, I don't think he ever does a stream and then, like, plans a stream and then does it. I think everyone is basically put off by at least a day. Then we get this video. I can't play the audio in it either. And it says, notice the car. I could pull this whole thing over here. Hold on. It's where you get a full screen. Let me do this. You see it better. Okay. Stop disappearing. That'd be helpful. How about that? So there we go. It says, notice the curvature. When Phil tries to be funny and relatable, it just comes off as a super cringe. Yes, it's because he can't have genuine emotions. He can't express genuine emotions. He's not capable. That's not the right dance, Phil. He's trying to do the Rockaway. That was a song that was popular when I was young. We used to dance at the club to the. I said, my ninjas don't dance. We just pull up our pants and do the Rockaway. Easy, ladies. Easy, ladies. His finger dancing. He fluctuates in weight like crazy. Like, I don't have a whole lot of room to talk. Like, I'm overweight. I need to lose some weight. Could be some of my back problems, too. I've been working on losing some weight, but he fluctuates like I've never seen somebody fluctuate that much. Then he says, you live on a flat, stationary, non-rotating plane, God's creation. But he spelled it P-L-A-I-N. P-L-A-I-N, plane. God's creation. Moscow, let's see. Billboards in Moscow read, Moscow is preparing for tomorrow's historic day. There will be no turning back. February 23rd, 21. I don't know why he's saying this. I don't know what this has to do with anything. February 21st, 23rd. I'm pretty sure they're on the other standard. It's day, month, year, but maybe he's saying year, month, day. Either way, nothing's happening. More and more signboards in Moscow were installed. The boards read, Russia's border doesn't end anywhere. 21-23. Watch and listen. 21-23. Sounds like propaganda. He then has a post that says, hey guys, I'm not doing any emergency broadcasts. Those people that are advertising such a thing are bots. Ignore them and leave the channels you join that advertise such a thing. I have 2 channels. One of them was advertising on his channel. On his channel said, I'm going to have a broadcast tonight, an emergency broadcast for blah, blah, blah. And it was going to be, on Q, post, something another. Because somebody shared it to me, and I was like, is that from his real channel? And it was. When you clicked on it and went to his channel, I guess a bot got into his own channel. I don't know. He doesn't pay much attention, and his moderators aren't very good. We then get this. He shares a ink pen. He shares this picture. It says, this place was absolutely destroyed by Noah's flood. It's amazing to look at this from above when you know what really happened 100%. 37,000 feet, folks. Is anyone really still denying this? Please wake up. Absolutely, I am. Abso-fucking-lutely, I am. And he says, how many years was World War I? How many years was World War I? How many years was World War II? Those are the questions he asked. I wonder if any of his people got it. So World War One was from 1914 to 1918. So you have 15, 16, 17, 18. 4 years. Okay, they got it. And World War II was from 39 to 45. 45 maybe. 40, 41 for 6 years. Okay, most of his followers either Googled it or they got it. One of the two. Trump just also mentioned World War II and World War I. What? Where did Trump mention what? Where did Trump fucking mention World War II and what? What are you talking about? Where would he have mentioned it? Where was Donald Trump somewhere? Was he doing something? Was he speaking today? Oh, this says join me live at did he do something today? Rumble. Let me see. Oh, he was speaking at Palm Beach, Florida. Oh God. There you go. You can hear it now.
President Trump, you get back in. Tom Homan says, I'm joining you. I'm coming right back. I'm going to join the team. And we were here last week when Monica Crowley was here. Every 5 of the last 5 years service. And I want to thank PBS club officer.
Oh my God, somebody else is up here.
This is the day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Let's pray.
Where's Lynn Wood?
Trump, our 45th president, against the attacks and want and courageously
And Trump, there's a ton to choose from.
Jesus, ain't shit happening. I'm like halfway through the video. Okay, there he is. Oh my God.
I've never seen it to be with you, and I want to.
Did Trump mention?
Very much, everybody. This is great.
It's now Club 47. The 47 Club. They changed his name from 45 to 47, of course.
He's a good man. He got people at every gate, every door. But I just want to thank, and so many people are outside. We wish he could come in, but there's been enthusiasm like nobody's ever seen. And part of it is us, and part of it is they're doing such a poor job, right? That's part of it. And it's a shame. I want to say that, no, I've never seen enthusiasm like it, actually. And no matter where we go, it's the same way. And we're going to do something that's very important. If we don't win this country.
How? If we don't win? What do you mean if we don't win? How long until he fucks up and admits he's not really the president?
I really believe is close to finished, because what's happened in the last little while, over the last 2 years, the destruction that they've done in 2 years, nobody's ever seen anything like it. And even now you have a president going to Ukraine, and you have people in Ohio that are in desperate need of help. And I was very proud to say that I announced I was going to Ohio. You know, FEMA said we're not going to give them anything. The Biden administration said we're not going to give them anything. And then I announced, I'm going. Please sit down. Yeah, go ahead, sit. We'll be here for a while. What do we have to do? What do we have to do? But they weren't going to get anything from FEMA. They weren't going to get anything from anybody. And then I announced, I'm going. And FEMA said, oh, we'll give you whatever you want. Everybody's throwing it at them now, and you know what? I'm happy about that. That's good. We're going to go on Wednesday. But as soon as we announced we were going, the money started rolling in. But it's not supposed to be that way, is it?
The government should have been sending money to that. I mean, that's a hell of a disaster there.
So the 2024 election is our one chance to save our country, and we need a leader who's ready to do that on day one. I wonder who that may be. We need a fighter, and we need somebody that's going to be...
Trump said April Fool's Day 17 times tonight. It's the SRIQ proof. 4/1/23 is the big day. There you go.
...able to stand up to the radical left maniacs. The media, who are just as bad as anybody, not all of them, but like 85%, 90% maybe. The media is really bad. And you know the ones that aren't so bad, they end up going bad because they're afraid to be out there by themselves. They're gutless. The swamp, the rhinos, the deep state, the globalists. And actually the communists, you know, I used to say we'll never be a socialist country. And I was right. Because the train never stopped at the socialist, you know, that station. Never stopped. It just went right by. So maybe we hit the Marxist station and the communist station, but they never stopped it. Socialism, did they, Monica? Never stopped. You know, it's like, so I was right. I was indirectly right. I wish I were right. I wish at least they stopped for a little while and then we'll settle that problem. But they've gone long beyond that.
And Dr. J Banana, like... I hate to admit it. Like, he had such a good chance to do good. to stand up, to drain the swamp, to hold Hillary Clinton accountable. Remember, lock her up. He had such a good chance, and he pissed all that away. And now to keep pushing this narrative, it makes me irate that he keeps peddling this shit.
With all of the weaponization, all the things they do, we're like a third.
Like, I used to say that, and people would be like, well, he's never done this, and he never pushed that, and he's never actually said this. Then he started posting Q posts on True Social under his own account. So you can't back out of it now. That shit pisses me the fuck off.
There's only one president who has ever taken the entire corrupt establishment in Washington on, and I think you know who that is.
And I know a lot of people are going to disagree and say, I still like him, I love him, I'm voting for him, blah, blah, blah. I think a lot of people feel like me and like some people in the chat. I don't think he's got the votes anymore.
When you see what's happening, it's so sad for our country. In recent weeks, I've been laying out a cutting-edge agenda for 2024. We're going to go over that agenda, but we're also going to take some questions. You want to
2024 agenda, wow.
You know, the last time I was here,
Yeet.
2 people, you 3 people.
There's a yeet.
Stand up, you leaders, okay, just stand up. Everybody's already been introduced. Great job. Great job. Club 47 sounds good, too. There's a rumor about that. You know, they have a rumor.
Thank you very much for the subscription, Precious Beast. Hello, chat and mods.
Thoughts from just resubscribed for 2 months.
Austin, it keeps showing me either Austin Milbarge keeps unfollowing and refollowing the channel, or his account is messed up on Twitch, because every day I come in, it shows me that he followed the channel. Thank you very much, Suze Brexler, for and Thoughts from T. All those people have subscribed. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Helping out their prisoners from all over the world, not just the 4 nations that we talk about with Mexico and Guatemala, El Salvador. We're always mentioning the 4, Guatemala, you know, the 4 nations. Last week we had 121 nations dropping people in our country. We have no idea who the hell they are, what they do, where they come from. We don't know anything about these people. And I think at the end of this year, it'll be 15 million people will be let into this country during this very short period of time. We don't know anything about them. And, you know, I got to know the various dictators, presidents, and prime ministers. Common sense is almost a better term. Yeah, we war 100,000.
I'm just skipping around.
To destroy our military, really. Our military was a whole new ballgame. We had to put money out to keep this thing going, and we did it. We did it well. People are really the people.
Yeah, every day I come on, Austin, it tells me that you just followed my Twitch channel. It's all every day. It's on there. Like either I don't know why it keeps saying that.
Fair people are saying we did one hell of a job, but we kept it going. We kept the economy going, and we ended up strong. And then they've destroyed this economy. When you look at what's happened, they want all electric cars. You know, electric's okay. I don't know anybody that really likes them too much, right? I know I have a friend. He's tired of driving for an hour and a half and having to get a recharge. You know. But they buy them for the environment, but all the materials that make the batteries come out of China. You know that, right? Yeah, Chinatown, where he kept his records, Chinatown. Didn't he keep his documents? How about that one? Can you imagine if I had documents in Chinatown? That'd be the end. I wouldn't be here tonight, would I, huh? He has his records in Chinatown? They haven't explained that one yet. On day 1, we'll revoke Joe Biden's new executive order establishing Marxist diversity, equity, and inclusion czars in every agency of the federal government and restore the principle of equality under the law. So we're going to do things that we had it all going. I got them all out of the military. And the day I left, can you imagine even talking about these subjects? To cheat. You know, everybody's saying, oh, I don't want to go vote, blah, blah, blah. And they used COVID to cheat. They won the election by using COVID stuff. I have before me an executive order.
Wait a second. They did what?
The Senate got it passed through the House, and I signed. And we're not going to hold the insurance companies liable. You know, we did a thing called right to try. Republican governors don't have enough control to do that, but most of them do. They can stop the cheating. There's no way. So
he said they won the election.
We're leading all of the Republicans by a lot, and we're leading the Democrats. They have Kamala 7. And you got to run the. That's bad. Than we did in 2016. It's me. They rigged it and they stole it. This, look, it's just a fantastic. Not everybody. I'll do it. I into burn the thing. I don't care. The only, and I think the Republican governor that has control over voter ID, because likewise, if they do heal the person, if the person is healed, the control, unbelievable. Including their leader, who's a great friend of mine, and got involved. And he started saying, well, if they took small portions of the country, perhaps that's held up a Bible and he thought it was terrible. That's I said, this is not good. But I hope everyone's on truth.
There's an ooh. I heard somebody.
And we had billions and billions of dollars flowing in the next day. The money was this week.
Billions and billions.
About the toxic chemical spill. And what would you have done as...
I was just scamming through it. Either way, back to Phil. Trump also just mentioned World War I and World War II. He shares of course, they always try to tie him to Trump, and they're all together, I guess. But there he goes. Holy shit, Trump just said WW1 and WW2. Phil put up polls about WW1 and WW2 before Trump said it. This lesson was for the non-believers in Phil's intel, Phil's source, or Phil's credibility. You're welcome. Sure. Got it. That was at 8:07. Let me jump around there. Where was that time? Okay, I'm going to start at 8 o'clock. That'll give 7 minutes for him to say it, hopefully. Let's see if we can find it.
Then they denied that, but then it turned out, no, they left the dogs behind. You can imagine, because the Taliban is not really in love with dogs. They're not big in the dog population. And we left in disgrace. And because of that, I think Putin saw that disaster and he probably said, this is a great time because we'll never have an opportunity like this. And by the way,
Sure, Jason.
It's not driving everybody. There's still people in chat that are saying, I can't believe, you not like Trump and look where we're at now, but whatever. But it's pushed enough people away. I don't think he can do it. An hour difference? Why would there be an hour difference? He's speaking from Florida, right?
Anybody thinks they're coming out good. Ukraine, I looked at pictures recently where cities are just literally wiped out. There's not a building standing. The entire city is wiped out. Then they'll say, 3 people were injured today in a certain city. The whole city is knocked down. They say, no, thousands of people were killed. And many, many more people are being killed in Ukraine than anyone has any idea about. It would have never happened. Now, with that being said, it did happen. I believe I could settle that thing in 24 hours. I think I could. I really do. I really do. And continuing to pour money in is delaying everything. It's delaying a lot of settlement. It's delaying a lot of things. But it's also getting a lot of people killed because every day that goes on, more and more people are getting killed. More and more of some of those incredible buildings with the domes that are 1,000 years old, they're just laying down dead right now. The whole cities are being done.
Yeah, he asked at 7:50 and at 8. That's where I'm watching from.
Almost every single power plant in Ukraine has been destroyed because Russia wins wars with the cold. They beat Napoleon with the cold. They beat Hitler with the cold. That's how they win. And that's what they're doing now. They're knocking out all the power plants and people are freezing to death.
This might be it.
I could settle that in one day. As president, you need the power of that office. But
He's talking about Russia.
you need to have a way of dealing. You can't do that just by standing and saying, we're going to get it. Look, people are dying. The country is being obliterated. Russia's a warring nation. They have many missiles. And if those missiles didn't work, they have other missiles, which we don't even want to talk about. Very powerful missiles, just like we have, and bombs.
Do you think Trump... I don't think Trump could win an election anymore. I think he held on to this. We've got it all. We're going to take them all down. I'll be back. But too much.
That should be settled immediately, and it could be settled immediately. And when I watch these people going over there and talking, they have no idea what they're doing. And every day that goes by, in many ways, is a gift to Putin because it just gets worse and worse, and more people are, how do they live like that? And many aren't living. The death count is much higher than what people are reporting, much, much higher. And it's a shame to see it because there's a case, today's President's Day, and I put out a truth. I hope everyone's on truth because it's better than Twitter, it's better than anything. I put out a truth. And in the truth, I said it very, very strongly. I said, look, this is a time, I believe our nation's in more danger than it's ever been in because of a word known as nuclear.
There's too many people that woke up kind of half-ass hanging on. Not the people that are still in Q. They still think it's going on, blah, blah. But the people that have woken up for Q are really fucking pissed. All the opportunities he had when he was asked, what about QAnon? What do you think about this? And he just like, oh, they seem like really good people. I don't know much about them. They seem awesome. And then he starts posting Q posts on his own social media. I just don't think he could.
Nuclear is so devastating that we don't even want to talk about it. And that was a word that was never supposed to be mentioned. You have 2 N-words, neither of which should ever be mentioned. I said that once. They said, oh, what a terrible thing.
Some people have mentioned that. Somebody said, I'm beginning to think it's by design. Some people have mentioned that. Some people have said, like, oh, well, the Trump winning, some people have claimed this. Trump winning in 2016 was just to give you the illusion you had choice.
You have 2 N-words. You know what the one is, but the other is a nuclear word. Not supposed to ever be mentioned. Ever, ever, ever. It's mentioned every single day now. Every single day they talk about, will this end up in nuclear war? We're on the precipice.
You're right. Y'all are nuts.
This will make World War I and World War II like baby stuff. If you saw the power that I saw, and I was in the White House.
So he said it at 8:04. 4 minutes before Phil posted. This will make World War I and World War II look like baby stuff. Here we go.
World War I and World War II like baby stuff. If you saw the power that I saw, and I was in the White House, and I was the one that rebuilt our military, fully rebuilt our military.
World War I, World War II.
We're on the precipice of a disaster, the likes of which this world has never seen. This will make World War I and World War II like baby stuff. If you saw the power that I saw, and I was in the White House, and I was.
Yeah, I don't believe in Kim Clements at all. But thanks for letting me know what he said. Awesome. Anyways, so he posted at 8 o'clock. This was said about 8:04. All these times are Eastern Standard Times. He said one at 7:50 and then one at 8 p.m. And this was said at 8:04. Trump just mentioned it, 8:06. Trump just mentioned it, 8:07. Sunglasses at 8:06. This is a lesson to non-believers. That's at 8:08. I wish I could tell you more, but I can't. I can tell you this. You are following the right channel with the right person who has the right source. Everyone and anyone trying to deter you from the following, from following is very afraid of me, and they should be. I want to see what. Let's back up some. Did he post something that alludes to World War I? Did he say something that made Phil post to? I'm backing up to 7:30. Okay, and we're gonna listen. Did he say something that made Phil say something about World War I and World War II, like allude to it, like he was gonna say it later, and that's why Phil put it in? Let's listen. Here's 30 minutes before.
Can you imagine some of these old movies, great old movies, where they're being screamed at? Now they say, don't you dare talk to me that way. I'm going to sue your ass off. Can you believe it? This is where we are now. It's crazy. And just as I signed the word.
Even if it comes down to Trump and Biden, I think a lot of people would just choose not to vote. A bunch of people are just disenfranchised. They'll never vote again.
First ban on critical race theory in September. I will once again get this poisonous ideology out of our government. We're going to get this ideology right out of our government and out of our military and out of our lives because we don't want it. We'll cut federal funding for any school pushing left-wing gender theories or other inappropriate racial,
What's crazy is he could have come out and denounced it, and the crazy Q-tards would have still believed it, but a lot of people would have got out of it and helped themselves. He could have said, look, I'm not associated with that. There's no secret plan, you know, a military intel, blah, blah. We're trying to do the best that we can to save the country and take care of, you know, conservative issues. And he still wouldn't, I don't think he would have lost a ton of votes, but I'm sure they told him, like, you might lose 5% of your base or something, and he wouldn't.
Political content to our children, right? We want them reading, writing, arithmetic, and, you know, some of the basics. Right now they can't read, and they're telling you what they want to be. I'd like to decide to be a girl, Dad. I've decided I want to be. And you know what's happening with a lot of these people? Nobody wants to talk about it. They turn 20, 21, 20, and we can't let this happen. We can't let it happen. We will direct the Department of Justice and Education open civil rights investigations into any school district promoting race-based discrimination, because that's what they're doing. It's race-based. We'll protect parents' rights by promoting universal school choice, which is so important, and the direct for political reasons, and they're seriously radical left. Revoke Joe Biden's cruel policies on so-called gender-affirming. 10, 15 years ago, could you imagine even talking about these subjects? Instructing every federal agency to cease all But I ended in the military, you're not allowed to take drugs, but massive amounts of drugs. And people are disturbed in so many different ways. Like people, they have their ideas, and I'm not going to knock anything. But in the military, you're not allowed to take practically an aspirin. And massive amounts of drugs are taken. They have the operation. You need massive.
In the military, you take all. I don't know what he's talking about. You're not allowed to take drugs in the military. Yeah, you are. If you're prescribed drugs, you're allowed to take drugs. You can't fail a drug test just like any other job. I've been prescribed painkillers and muscle relaxers. Now, if you just go to sick call, you have to kind of bug them to get something. They'll give you ibuprofen and tell you to drink water and change your socks. But yeah, they give you drugs in the military.
All forms of drugs. And so they were afraid to speak up. But they told me, thank you, sir, for doing that. That was great. Prohibiting child sexual mutilation and all. You know, I'm sure you've heard it because you listen to rallies. We're going to be starting the rallies. Everyone said, when is he going to start the rallies? You know, it was amazing. I wanted to put my cards on the table, so I announced a little early, like 2 years in advance. And then a week went by, and, you know, I didn't do much. It's 2 years. And the fake news media goes, he's not campaigning. I got 2 years. And it was really good. It was really nice. And everybody thought it was great. And about 2-3 days later, there didn't seem to be much energy. They'll even take this crowd. We got a lot of people here. But I always say, We got a lot of people here. But, you know, I'll tell you what. We have a lot of great people, a lot of great Republicans. Some are running, some aren't running. Some just want a little publicity. But I think we're going to do it. We had polls today come out. We're beating everybody. We're number one on the Republican scale by a lot. Only by 34 points. And
people coming to see him doesn't win elections.
7. I don't know. I don't think 7 is so good. How can you only...
You can argue all you fucking want. You can have your opinion and I can have mine. He can't win a fucking election, in my opinion. It doesn't matter how many times you say, people are coming to see him. The state of the economy now.
Remember Afghanistan? Destroyed our economy, destroyed energy.
He's not president now. What's that got to do with it?
And you're up 7, so I sort of don't like talking about it, to be honest. But don't forget, they start out with a 35 base. You know, people don't realize that they start out with a base that Republicans don't. They don't start out that way, and they have a lot of union support. But I have a lot of union support for me. And they voted for the Republican Party. What we've done with Hispanics and what we've done with everything. You know, you go down to South Florida, and you see the numbers in South Florida and Miami numbers. Nobody's ever seen numbers like that. And the state is so incredible. And I never mentioned this because I don't like hitting Republicans. I really don't. But I did get 1.2 million more votes than Ron. 1.2 million more votes. Nobody wants to mention. The press refuses to mention it. We'll have to talk to our Club 47 people.
Ron DeSantis.
They don't want to mention good things. I got 1.2 million votes more than.
Yeah, he says they got people outside, but it's not a very big area. I don't know. I think what's his name? Derek Johnson down there, fishing or something.
And we won it very easily. In fact, the people in Florida said, "Sir, you don't even have to come. They love you in Florida." But they love me for a reason. They love me because of the job I did. We did a great job for everybody. So we'll leave Kamala. So I
wanted to see if he just said something that led up to this.
You got to run the entire East Coast. I happen to think we do much better in California, New York, and that evening in 2016. And remember this. Look, it was a great evening, but we got tremendous support. I'll remember to help during that very short period of time when people are casting ballots. You can stop the cheating. That day, we're terrific, but it's not. So we have to take over. And that includes Florida, by the way. Demanding one-day voting, all paper ballots, voter ID. You know the Democrats. I don't know if you know when they had their Democrat National Convention. I call it the Democrat. They like to.
I don't know if I agree with. Why would you just do single day voting?
Say Democratic National. I like to call.
Why can't you vote for a week or whatever? Like I don't get that part.
Why it doesn't sound as good.
Not everybody can be there one day. Sounds like it's trying to limit the amount of people that can vote.
He said he wants to call. He's tried to change the name. No, it's actually the Democrat Party, but they changed it to the Democratic. But it's the Democrat until they officially change it. But you know what? With their convention,
Trump votes absentee. Trump's voted early before. Trump's voted through mail before.
They had signs, like the biggest signs I've ever seen on the front. They had a convention center. And I said, isn't that incredible? They have that for their convention. But to vote, they don't want anything. They don't want any identification. Anybody can come in and vote. And the real things, cheating and disinformation. That's the two things when the votes are cast. So that
I've heard, Sheila.
Like won the election by using COVID, and they could do things that in theory you're not allowed to do. You know, many of them had.
They won?
I stand up, Monica. She's so nice to me. And you are a spokesperson, but she doesn't work. And I think Michael Barnett's here. Where's Mike? Was in favor, but I was in favor, and everybody in this room was in favor of Mike. And gender transition, try. Hopefully, there's nobody here that wants it. We have a lot of young people in this room. They don't know what right to try means, and they're not gonna have to worry about it. But you know, people that were.
I wonder what the. I wonder what the recording and broadcast delay was from. You think they had a broadcast delay on this? Here's a question. Well, surely it wouldn't be 10 minutes, would it? Do you think they had a broadcast delay and somebody that Phil knows went to see Trump's speech?
Very sick, terminally ill in many cases. They wanted to get.
Or you think he just guessed and got lucky?
And they couldn't get him. They couldn't get him for.
I know the answer is not that he has an intel source. That's not the answer, but.
They've been trying to get something passed with right to try. It sounds simple, but it's not. The insurance companies didn't want it. It would make them look bad, so they fought like hell. And I got.
Trump's kids, yeah, a lot of people are upset with it. I'm not a big fan of Jared Kushner and never have been.
I said, look, it's time now. 52 years you guys have been fighting. I'm going to get people that need it to sign something, and we're not going to hold the country liable. We're not going to hold the drug companies liable, and we're not going to hold the doctors liable. They're all afraid of it.
I don't think it would be a 10-minute hold. I don't know.
The insurance companies liable, and they'll sign that, and they're not going to go to Asia because many people went to Asia. They went to Europe. They went to other places, faraway places, to try and get something. We have the greatest doctors in the world.
Yeah, but just because it says live, so like all things are live, right? You watch live sporting events. They're still like 3 minutes ahead if you're there, if you're talking to somebody on the phone. Like I've called people from like sporting events and there's already a score change and they don't, live is not instantaneous.
We have the greatest labs in the world and they weren't able to use products that we almost in many cases know work, but they won't be approved by the FDA. By the way, I cut down the approval time to about 30% of what it was. It used to be 12 years. I got it down to 5. And I think frankly, it'll go down a little. So many people that are living, thousands and thousands of people.
This is live, but I can't see your all's chat for like, I don't know, 40, 45 seconds probably.
They sign a document and they get treated. You say, hey, this Senate got to pass through the House, and I signed it, and I was very proud of it. And we saved thousands and thousands of lives, and there are probably people in here that have used it.
I don't think anybody's as bad as Hunter, but I don't know if it's a race to the bottom either.
Hopefully you don't need it.
Like you can be like a shitty person separately. Like so, like if I say, I don't like this guy over here because he committed larceny. And someone's like, well, he's not a murderer. This guy's a murderer. I don't think those are independent of each other.
But that's the way it is. And we'll stop the invasion. We're on southern border. We are being invaded. This is no different. In many ways, it's worse. It's no different than a military invasion because at least a military invasion, you know how to fight. These people are coming in. They're loaded up with drugs or they're loaded up with murder raps or they're human traffickers of women, mostly of women. You know, human trafficking is mostly of women. We have a strong border. Remember, like, oh, gee, should I tell the story about that? No? I mean, it's more interesting than these speeches. We'll cover both territories, but 10, 15, 20, and really bad people. 100%. Into the people there. Yeah, people, I mean, they actually fight to protect our country. They're not allowed to home into all the different people. I said, give me your top 10 things they want. I'll get them all. They said, so I said, there. Yeah, people, I mean, they actually fight to protect our country. Yeah. No, you have great people there. Yeah, people, I mean, they actually top 10. So they think we had a chance. She said, sir, I've been doing this. Mexico comes in. And by the way, I really about it, but that's a lot better than what we have, isn't it? 20 people. And I said, listen, we want you to give us 28,000 soldiers to protect our border. He looks at me, sir, are you kidding? I said, no, and it's going to be free of charge. So he looked at me. This is the head of Mexico, second guy. He said, sir, we won't do that. I said, yes, you will. You will. You're going to do it. Then he said, I
might vote for Corn Pop.
This guy's crazy. I said,
right in.
On any car or any product, come in quickly. It's all he had because
I don't think.
Putin never, ever would have gone into Ukraine if I were president. But and the woman almost fell off her chair.
Here he's talking about war. Putin. We're getting close. This is at 7:51.
Never, ever would have gone into Ukraine if I were president. Never. And I told him, I mean, I
just want to see if it was something that tipped him off or not.
These idiots back there would say, he's very close to Putin. Remember when they hit me with the question, who do you trust? Your intelligence people in the United States. They're not intelligent. Your intelligence people. Comey, McCabe, Strzok, Lisa Page. How about Lisa? Or Putin. And I said, that could be the toughest question I've ever been asked.
He just said his intelligence people are not intelligent. I know the intelligence community, at least a portion of them are not a fan.
And when I didn't give, well, hell broke loose, but that's okay. That's okay. And it turned out, but Putin never, ever would have gone into Ukraine. And when I was out, I looked and I see soldiers forming at the border, and I said, he's negotiating. It's just negotiating.
I voted for the last probably 20 elections for Kanye West.
And it really was. And then Biden got involved, and he started saying, well, if they took small portions of the country, perhaps that's okay. Putin started saying, well, this is going to be all right. And because of that, so many other things happened. But I believe that happened also because of Afghanistan. The single most embarrassing day in the history of our country. Afghanistan. There's never been anything like it. Remember, we left behind.
The Whiplash shit is crazy. That Whiplash 347, all those tokens he had people buying and shit, which were really just funding him so he could buy actual real tokens and cash them out.
$1 billion worth of.
Made so many people millionaires.
American citizens. Soldiers, 13 died, but nobody ever mentions this room, can even imagine. No child would know not to do that. You know, we had, believe it or not, a very strong relationship with the Taliban. People would say, he's speaking to the Taliban. I said, who else am I going to speak to? That's the enemy, that's the one. And I said, I want to speak to the leader of the Taliban. His name is Abdul, still there, he's the leader. And they said, sir, you don't want to speak to the leader of the Taliban, do you really? I said, well, who else? It's like Jesse James. They say, how sister did? Elizabeth, will you stand up, please? My sister. She's the greatest. She's the greatest. Person. She's a great person. So, soldier snipers were killing them. Snipers from a long... I got him on the phone. I said, Abdul, they were killing a lot of our soldier snipers were killing them. Snipers from a long distance, very good shots. And
I like Jim Jordan.
2,000 yards. I mean, they could kill them from many football fields away. And they were killing our soldiers, but especially under Obama. Less so, much less so under me. But they're still killing them. And I said, if any more of our soldiers are killed, I'm going to hit you harder than anybody's ever been hit in the history of this country. Harder. Harder than anybody's ever been hit. And he said, Your Excellency, why do you say that? I said, because you're killing our soldiers, and if any more are killed, you're going to be hit really hard. He said, Your Excellency, may I ask you a question? Yes. But why, but why? He said it was sort of an interesting usage of words. But why do you send me a picture of my house? I did send him a beautiful picture, nice little house. I said, you're going to have to ask your wives that question, plural. No, but we had a very good relationship in a sense. We didn't lose one soldier in 18 months until that disaster of the evacuation, the surrender, whatever you want to call it. We didn't lose one soldier. And we had a lot of stories like that to tell. And then, can you imagine this guy?
By the way, fucking...
These planes are brutal. And they're good fighters, by the way.
He's talking about snipers. The 2,000 yards is just probably not a good shot. Like most snipers probably want to get in within like a 1,000 yards usually. 1,000 yards to guarantee a one shot, one kill if that's what they're trying to do. Now, if you're just out there and there's an enemy out there and you're just like, hey, I could kill him, might miss it, blah blah blah. It's not like a have to make shot. You might be reaching out to like 2,000 yards. We got records with their like we've got records that are out to like 3,000 yards, right? But if you read some of these attempts, the Canadian guy that holds the record for the one in Afghanistan, it was like 8 shots he took. Like he couldn't judge he had to walk it in. There was no way to accurately do it. And it's like 3,000 yards, somewhere around there. I don't think they're accurately taking 2,000 yard shots.
But they never fight at night. Now they can fight at night because they took all our goggles. We have brand new goggles, the latest, the greatest. They're still in the same package. And you know who the second largest seller of arms in the world is right now? Is Afghanistan. They're selling the equipment that we left them. And I said to one of the generals, a television general, Milley, I said, let me ask you. Well, this is when I started to realize he was no good. I said, General, let me ask you, I want every nail, because we were taking them out. I got it down to 2,500 people, because 21 years was enough, and we weren't.
You think, Phil, where he's talking about Afghanistan and Iraq, you think that's why Phil posted it? Afghanistan and Iraq were extremely long wars compared to like World War wars. There was a, I remember seeing a post about, I remember seeing about the 13 year, was it 13 or 14? How many years were we in Iraq or in Afghanistan? Well, not that we're still not there. Like it's crazy. It's crazy. So we invaded Iraq in 2003, right? So that'd be 2003, 2013, Jesus Christ, 2023. Extremely long wars. Extremely long wars. I guess depending on, just because they declare a war over, they declared them over like mission success and shit long before we pulled troops out.
The whole thing was ridiculous. And they're going to go back to their customs anyway, which is what they've done. By the way, they're treating women horribly. The whole thing, everything happened. Just a terrible thing. 21 years. I said, General, I want every nail. I want every bolt. I want every plane. I want every tank. I want every single thing. Sir, I think it's cheaper to leave the equipment behind. I said, that's when I started to lose respect. The second time was when I held up a Bible and he thought it was terrible. I said, this is not good. But we have great generals because, like Dan Cain, you heard that, right? Raisin Cain. We wiped out, we wiped out the whole group of people that everybody said you couldn't wipe out. We knocked out people that nobody thought was possible to do. General Cain, General Raisin Cain. We have great generals. We have a great military. But Milley said to me, sir, it's cheaper to leave the equipment. So I said, General, let me ask you a question. We have an airplane that costs $100 million. And we fill it up with a tank of nice jet fuel. And we fly it either home or into Pakistan or some neighboring state that we can deal with. None of them are easy. I said, you think that's cheaper than leaving the plane? Yes, sir, I think it's cheaper. I said, this guy is not too good. This guy. And then I said, no, not only do I want the planes, and they said, well, what about the hangars? Because you know the hangars of these big canvas things cost a fortune. This place is amazing what they built, and they just abandoned it. We should have stayed in Bagram. We should have stayed in Bagram. Not because of Afghanistan, because Bagram, as some of you people know, is 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons. We should have stayed in Bagram.
21 years in Afghanistan.
And that's where the evacuation should have been also, because we have walls around Bagram, okay? We have walls.
It's crazy.
Most incredible place.
I remember seeing somebody posted a long time ago. It was like an article. That's what I was getting to earlier. I don't remember when it was, but it was like technically if you were born on this day, on the day we invaded Afghanistan, you could be in Afghanistan serving right now as an 18-year-old. It's crazy.
And, the only people I was is right in the thick of Concord. You know, these are 8 feet. You know, they don't hold back with the money, but we have the big.
I don't think he posted anything that had. I don't know. Maybe not. Everyone's trying to deter you from following me. Is very, very afraid of me, and they should be. The question has been asked: why does Phil talk about flat Earth so much? Who cares? Flat Earth is the single largest lie that has ever been told to such a massive amount of people that all believe the lie without any hesitation. So I don't know if I would stick with this flat Earth bullshit, okay? And the reason being is because we're going to get to the point to where people are going to be able to see a globe Earth by themselves. Like, we've never been closer to like civilian space travel than we are now. It's going to get to the point where people are going to be in the next few years, like people are going to be going to outer space just for paying money just because they want to see what it's like. And it's a bad time to pick up flat Earth, start peddling. Until we stop believing this big lies and confront them head on in the fucking face of the liars controllers, then we will never be truly free. I think even Dude Perfect had a competition where they sent one of them to space on the Amazon rocket. You will continue to swallow up their lies with a big gulp and never even know it happened. I'm not here to just teach you about the smaller conspiracies. I want all of you to come to grips with how serious the lies have become, to recognize those lies, and to fight back against the lies with facts, truth, and a loud voice. By the way, if Phil's numbers were real, imagine how large a mental health crisis he's caused in the United States. You know how he says like he's broadcasting like 16 million people? Imagine if those numbers were real. I mean, it's still bad either way, but imagine. Why do I keep talking about flat Earth? Because it does matter. Their entire foundation falls out from under them once the biggest lies are exposed. The emperor will no longer have clothes. We will see right through their grip on humanity, and we will never be taken hostage or enslaved ever again. That's why. How do I know Phil is genuine? When I watched him mouth the very words spoken as they happen in a courtroom case being broadcast live, and he was in his home. It was a watch party of the Supreme Court. It is in his Rumble account. It's supposed to be live, but Phil knew what was going to happen before it did. Slam dunk for me. Sure. Oh, how quickly you forget. You want more Phil Fools? Fine, stay tuned. Oh, Phil Proofs. My bad. The Phil Fools. That's like what I call his followers. Great to see Phil's sneakers in person. Phil wears very cool sneakers. Is he in the NBA? Kidding. My last child is 15, so I know sneakers. Laugh out loud. I love Phil. What? What the fuck? What the fuck is the NBA? Not N, not national. M as in mashed potatoes. The fuck is the NBA? I know what an MBA is, like master of business, right? What's the MBA? Wearing sneakers. Is he part of the MBA? I got to see Phil sneakers in real life. Look, she's having a fucking hot flash. Look at that. God damn. She's making some giblet gravy, and all he did was show up. Shout out to Trish and her husband Michael, who I met at the airport in Vegas today. Are you Phil? Yes. Oh my God, can I get a photo with you? Perfect.
By saying that, and I want to thank my speechwriters very much. The speech was excellent. But I think this is all something really that you have to hear and that you have to.
So the claim is he said we have to move now, not in 2 years now.
We have to talk about we have the potential to bring our country back to a level greater than it was before, but we're going to have to move now, and we cannot let it go and slip into a hole any deeper because we are really deep. We are in deep, deep.
You can't say pedo in my chat. Please stop. You can't say bomb. You're not supposed to talk about guns. You can't say pedo in my chat. Use a different word. I don't care what word you use, but you got to stop putting fucking pedo in my chat. It's getting me watched by all the fucking bots, all the moderators, all the Twitch moderators are over here from Twitch. You cannot do that.
Trouble. And we have to turn it, and we have to turn it around, and we can do it quickly. We can do it fast.
I'm not talking just about you. I know it sounded horrible, being intelligent. I'm not talking just about you. It's like it happens every time we talk about Phil. Like 20 people say it.
But I think this is all something really that you have to hear and that we have to talk about. We have the potential to bring our country back to a level greater than it was before, but we're going to have to move now, and we cannot let it go and slip into a hole any deeper because we are really deep. We are in deep, deep trouble, and we have to turn it, and we have to turn it around, and we can do it quickly. We can do it fast. Let them start drilling. We would have been energy dominant, not just energy independent. We would have made so much money, we would have been paying off our debt. We owe $32 trillion. We would have been paying off debt. We would have been producing jobs. Instead, what are we doing? We're at $5, $6, $7 for gasoline in some states.
I didn't want you to think I just like snapped at you. It's just I get mad. I got mad because I see it all the time, and I just thought about it when you happened to post it. But there's already been people that posted it way before you did tonight.
And it's going to get worse. You know, I filled up the.
Phil kind of stole his platform, I think. So QAnon was already a thing. QAnon grifting was already a thing. There were a lot of people, and I think one thing that Phil did good was beta testing shit. So like, there's a video of Phil saying, we came from monkeys. And if you don't believe that, you're just dumb. Right? That didn't do so well. So he completely scrubbed that, and he started wearing a chain with a cross on it, saying that he believes in God. So he wasn't a Q guy until right around the inauguration, and he literally started mentioning, like, right before the inauguration, like, well, obviously this isn't going to happen, blah blah blah. Biden's not going to be inaugurated. If you believe what like the Q people are saying, the QAnon people are saying, then this. Then that started doing well. So he went full into that. Then he started claiming all this crazy. He just kept pushing further and further to where he made up a full fucking background he doesn't have. His mother disowned him. His father's a piece of shit and fucking follows him around for money. He lies about the schools he went to, the degrees he had, who he worked for, what he did, his previous chart. He lies about fucking everything. And his lies have evolved. So the truth doesn't evolve. The truth doesn't change. You can't go back and watch an old video of me and I'm saying, well, I was never a veteran, but if I was, blah, 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 and then you come back and be like, well, I served in the Army. Like, the truth doesn't change. There's no need to shift the truth, to change the truth. Ages, numbers, events don't change. Where you worked, who you are, what you did, it doesn't change. But somehow all Phil's shit changes.
Reserves, the strategic reserves. I filled it up, and I filled it up good. And remember, 75 million barrels. And I did that when it was very low. People should...
You're right, Ninja Master. My Telegram has rules. My Telegram has rules, and people are like, what the fuck? Like, it blows their fucking mind that I want to know who's joining my Telegram and that we have rules against certain words. I don't want to be monitored. So if you don't know, Telegram has an issue. You can look it up. Telegram has an issue where it's end-to-end encrypted. They found a bunch of people that are actually sharing like children's stuff and shit like that on Telegram. Now, obviously, it's not my group, but while they're sniffing around trying to bust pedos on Telegram, I don't want people saying that word in my chat. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be on the radar of any investigator, but even though we don't share any of that material, never would, obviously. But I don't even want to be on that radar. Same thing with Twitch. Like, I don't think that we violate any of Twitch's platforms or policies, but when you say certain words in chat, they put bots in here, and if you get so many bots, they'll put a real live person. You can go to who's watching on my Twitch channel. You can go to users in chat. Let me see if I can find one. And there's these weird names that are bots. Let's see if I can find one. There's someone called Not a Bot, definitely 4. But there's like these weird names that are bots. If you get so many bots, then actual staff will come in here. And you get the bots from like keywords being put in there. Same thing with Twitch, or same thing with Telegram. My Telegram has rules and it blows people's minds. Like, Telegram is like the Wild Wild West.
She gets at least acknowledgement. When we were low, I said, tell me about, don't forget, I hadn't done it too long. I said, tell me about those strategic reserves I'd hear about as a child under the big salt mines, these massive salt. Well, sir, they're close to empty right now. What are they for? They're for war. They're for emergency, and they're in very bad shape.
Did he even say it? I must have talked over it.
And I want to thank my speechwriters very much. The speech was excellent. But I think this is all something really that you have to hear and that we have to talk about. We have the potential to bring our country back to a level greater than it was before, but we're going to have to move now, and we cannot let it go and slip into a hole any deeper because we are really deep. We are in deep, deep trouble, and we have to turn it, and we have to turn it around, and we can do it quickly. We can do it fast. Let them start drilling. We would have been energy dominant, not just energy independent. We would have made so much money, we would have been...
So he's talking about oil. We have to start now.
We owe $32 trillion. We would have been paying off debt. We would have been producing jobs. Instead, what are we doing? We're at $5, $6, $7 for gasoline in some states. And it's going to get worse. You know, I filled up the reserves, the strategic reserves. I filled it up, and I filled it up good. And remember, 75 million barrels. And I did that when it was very low. I should get at least acknowledgement. When we were low, I said, tell me about, don't forget, I hadn't done it.
So he's talking about oil and gas. It says we have to move now. Got it. I don't even know what this is. Let's read it. I wish I could find a way to message Phil, but I'll say this and then won't bother you again. I love how after all these years of people just bashing the hell out of Phil, that he is still standing. Phil is still around, stronger than ever. The haters come and then they disappear, all while Phil just keeps going. It's so flippin' funny, to be honest, that these people try so hard to bring him down, and yet here we are. Dude is still standing. I freaking love it. Yes, Phil has made a lot of cash, but at the end of the day, this is what everyone wants to do and tries to do. We all work, or should I say most of us work hard for our money, and yes, some of us make a lot more than others, but at the end of the day, Phil is no different than anyone else. Are you shitting me? Imagine you go into your job and you're a doctor, and as a doctor, you get paid a bonus if you diagnose someone with cancer. So you just diagnose everyone you come and see with cancer. Would you just be like, he's a doctor and everybody likes to make money? Everybody likes to make money. Anyways, we all need to and have to make money to support our families and the lifestyles we want. God bless Phil, and I just want him to know that I now see him as a completely different person than what I did before. I was wrong then, but now I know I'm right. Dude is just living his life, and people are just plain jealous. I myself work 40 hours a week and just make ends meet, but like Phil, I work my tail off. I love my job. Phil doesn't work where are you getting this? Phil works his ass off. He cancels more shows than he has. I love my job no matter what, no matter how much I live paycheck to paycheck. Same with Phil. You think Phil lives paycheck to paycheck? He loves his career and makes a damn good living doing what he does. I respect him so much where he was 3 years ago today To be honest, I wish I had a fraction of his earnings, but I can also say I still enjoy my career. Anyways, I'm happy for the both of you, and I hope he continues his success. Again, thank you for listening, and I hope you do relay these to him, as I have no way to message him. God bless. Wow. What a fucking idiot. What a fucking idiot. Phil's never worked hard in his life. Do you guys remember him complaining? He was complaining that he had to stand for an hour. I'll never do that again. You can't, some of the stuff he actually does is illegal for this reason. You can't predict silver prices be $50,000 an ounce and sell people silver at $300 an ounce. You can't do that. It's illegal because he's taking advantage of, that would be taking advantage of people. People are idiots. I've been following him since 2020. I've said the precipice, a moment from Q4407. Is that real Donald Trump stepping in and stopping a nuclear war? Now Donald J. Trump just said those exact words. That's from Stormy Patriot Joe. Important to understand, only at the precipice, moment of destruction, will people find the will to change.
Not supposed to ever be mentioned. Ever, ever, ever. It's mentioned every single day now. Every single day they talk about, will this end up in nuclear war? We're on the precipice of a disaster, the likes of which this world has never seen. This will make World War I and World War II like baby stuff.
Okay. The importance of this cannot be understated. Trump 2023. Yeah, that's not real. But okay. That's not a real sticker. Raccoon Whisperer. If you don't like Phil because he has made a large sum of money, then you must not like Trump either. Think about it. Money does not make the person. Okay. You won me over. I don't like either one of them. Fuck them. Actions make the person, not money. But you can't make money without taking the actions that Phil did, without making the predictions that Phil did, without making the lies that Phil did. I cannot wait till these people feel so goddamn retarded for nothing happening and Phil disappearing. Nothing. None of this is going to happen. 2024 is going to be a rough year for Phil. He better make all the money he can till then, because he'll never make any more online again. Honestly, I think Phil writes the Trump speeches. You got him. Boom. If Phil didn't make the money through the companies he has, he would be working a normal job and wouldn't have time to focus on our movement. I greatly appreciate the time and effort he puts into making sure we stay informed. I should have been a grifter, dude. I don't even have a good argument for why I didn't do it anymore. I don't even have a good argument for why I didn't just fucking come lie to people the lies that they want to hear anyways. The lies that they fucking pay top dollar for. I don't even have a good argument against it. Phil says, very true. I think Phil is Q. There's the Trump 23. The importance of this cannot be understated. Yeah, understated, overstated. Understated means it put out in a subtle way, a subtle way, I guess. Overstated. It cannot be overstated. I think he probably meant overstated, right? It cannot be overstated. Like you couldn't, this is so fucking important, you couldn't possibly overstate it. But, you know, people are slow. Of course, that Phil Godlewski writes the Trump speeches. Phil also wrote the Q drops. So when he writes Trump speeches, he can put clues in there that relate to the Q board. So what does that make Phil? The guy who is running the movie, the big director guiding when to guide this movie, and in turn, guiding humanity to a new way of life. He really is the captain of the ship. Parsnips. I know people keep pumping me up saying, hey, you couldn't do this. You got too much morality. You got, motherfucker, I could sell it. I could push down my morality and my beliefs, and I could sell it for enough. I could sell it to never struggle again. You don't have to put me on a pedestal. Fuck. I'm trying to get hired by the CIA. Of course, that Phil Galuski rises to Trump speech. Then he shares Captain Obvious. There you go. He is the captain of the ship. Not necessarily, if I'm not mistaken, Phil created Prism, and I think that's where the Q drops are made. Wouldn't that make Phil Q? There you go. You got us. Phil created Prism. I just happen to have a copy of it that I run simultaneously with my stream. It's making Q drops right now. I don't know if you guys can tell that. That's all the drops over here. It's reading all the messages and all the drops ever and then putting new drops over here into these folders. Then for some reason he shares a GIF of a heartbeat. Then he shares this from Patriot Share Bear. Phil is the hacker / coder / computer genius for the Q group. Whatever the white hats need to get done via digital computing, he does. I think he leads a team of people that do this. He wrote some of the Q alerts. I think he made the Q clock. Fire emoji. American flag emoji. Don't look too hard at Prism. It's classified, guys. I had to wake Mariah up out of bed and say, oh my God, Greg Phillips is using the program that Phil wrote. I said it to her in Mandarin, though. So she just heard a lot of language she didn't understand and then went back to sleep. Phil told y'all, did you listen? He said, all eyes on me. Phil told y'all, did you listen? He said, all eyes on me. Phil, he's sharing all these posts for people. And it says, Phil posted the pin before Trump's speech tonight. I now think he may be responsible for writing his speeches. Anyone agree? This is fucking depressing. Depressing as fuck. And then he does his own post. And then went on to talk about the world wars before DJT did. But, you know, Phil is a fraud and all. Must be a coincidence. Mrs. Lip says, why are people hung up on Phil's money making? He's a genius. And he puts 200% into what he wants to accomplish that. People are allowed to make money. You don't like what he's selling, don't buy it. But good grief, shut up about it. Be grateful for all he's done in this movement. I'd have lost it long ago without him. Thank you, Phil. Phil then responds and says, money is not everything. I'd give up absolutely everything to have my grandparents back, who were both taken by the vaccine and remdesivir. Wait a second. Didn't his grandpa die like a long-ass time ago? What do you mean both taken? First of all, that's not true in any sense of the word. Second of all, didn't his grandpa die like a while back? Hold on, I'm scrolling back here. Over a year? Let me see. I don't know. I guess I don't know why I was thinking. There he is in 2021. Or a picture from... Yeah, maybe he did die during COVID. I get... COVID's been going on for a long time, I guess. That was a picture that was posted in 2021. It doesn't mean he was alive then. I thought there was a post here about when he died. Let me see. I thought there was. Maybe there's not. Maybe I just imagined that. Osmolia Sub Shop now open daily, 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. Come get you a foot long. Ain't that right, Phil? Oh, well. I'll look it up later. I can't find the post I thought I was thinking about. I thought his mom made a post with his old military photo and said something about we lost him, but I thought it was before COVID happened, but it doesn't matter. It says they were both taken by the vaccine remdesivir. I'd give up absolutely everything to have the cabal eradicated from the world. Money buys stuff. Stuff doesn't make a person. Actions make a person. That, you know, he doesn't believe any of this. Have you seen him like a child spending all this fucking money, dude? 42721, thank you. He spends money like a fucking child, right? Like he never had this money to spend before. He paid several $1,000s so he could spray champagne and twerk on his male friend that he took to the pool after a Raiders game. Money doesn't buy happiness. Got it. Truth Matters says, who needs a live when Phil is following our chat and reposts our comments? That's even better than a Q&A. Got it. Patty J says, Phil's pretty cool seeing Phil's questions about WW1 and then WW2, then listening to Trump's speech and hearing him say those words. Phil is outright telling us to trust him. This movie isn't ending fast enough for us. We have no idea the depth of all this, but we need to trust the plan, as Q has told us. It's sad and frustrating how there's been such division among other truthers, but I believe soon we will all be together again. I have no doubts about Phil and Trump. We didn't come this far for nothing. We will see the light soon. I guess I have a question. Let's say that Biden wins the election again in 2024. What percentage of people you think will still stay around after that if Phil tells them, oh, this is part of the plan, we haven't cleaned it all up yet, but he's gonna be coming back this year. For the next couple months, he'll still do the plan, he'll still do the thing. Do you think he can hold them through 2024? If Biden wins in 2024 again, is inaugurated in 2025 again, do you think half the people will stay? A quarter of the people, 3/4, or what do you think? He then shares a post of a picture of Guy Fawkes, and it says a new world is about to begin. And it says, then he shares something forwarded from someone named Nelly. It says U equals 21, T equals 20, E equals 5, O equals 15, N equals 14, C equals 3, D equals 4, N equals 14, E equals 5. 100. Drop 101. Drop 101. The fuck is the word, though? Hold on. The word is UTEONLY. C, D, N, E. What the fuck is that word? I don't get what they're saying. Do you understand? Hold on, let me just show you. So the word that they're using gematria on, the word they're using gematria on is UTEONCDNE. The fuck is that word? UTO. Is that a word? The fuck is that? I know y'all can't hear it. I'll zoom in. You see this post right here? UTEONCDNE. Count, COUNT, count. Counted.
Because I'm a dick.
COUNTED with 2 N's. Kelly, 20 bucks, 3 6-packs. Thank you for all your hard work and your mods. You and your mods do. Thank you very much for the donation. Unit, no. There's no I. Is it the first letters of words? Maybe. I don't know where they got this from. It's just one he shared. Maybe it could be like the first letters of words in a paragraph or something. Under the elephant of new crayons. There you go. Someone figured it out. Thank you very much for the donation. I don't know where they got that from anyways. And he says, bingo. What the fuck? Hold on. Pretty cool. Who needs a life? Money is not everything. What? I don't know where the fuck they got this from, guys. I'm even looking for something that started with you. I don't even see that. I guess I'm going to have to go to his chat to find it. Let me see. Let me see if I can do this under a fake account. You can donate too and be like the cool kids. But you got to do it over at coldbeer.fund. 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 Is it 3.0 chat now, ain't it? Hold on. I'm trying to see if somebody fucking explained this motherfucker. I don't see it. Everybody's sharing Post 101. It's Post 101. It's got Phil's name in it. Post 101. He did post one OHOOOOWONE. Like one, he spelled 101 really weird. Earlier. Is that in the private group maybe? I can't even see it. Hold on, let me see the private group. I don't even know where he posted that motherfucker from. It was by, what did he was by something. There it is. Forwarded from Nellie Vile. Nell Vile. Ville. But I don't know what she's adding up there. It's in his private group. I'm looking for it. I don't see it in his private group. UTEO. Okay, let's see if we can find that. UTEON CDNE. And then went on to talk about the world wars before Donald Trump did. Oh, I got you. He spelled must. I'll show you. Okay. So Phil made a post. I should have known it was something so stupid. Phil made a post earlier. I found it. A post earlier I read to you that said, this must be a coincidence. See this right here? I don't know if you can see it or not. Let me blow it up. Must be a coincidence. Okay. Now, typically the reason you'd write it like this is because you're talking about someone dumb that said it on the internet. Like when I'm like, oh, they all say, but Phil's Edward Snowden. I would write it like lowercase, uppercase, lowercase, uppercase. So it insinuates that someone's dumb or someone's an idiot that said it or whatever. They said it like idiots. And that's what Phil's doing here. And then they went on to talk about the world wars before DGT did. But, you know, Phil is a fraud and all. Must be a coincidence. I do it all the time in my posts. They took all the capitalized letters and decided that that was a code for 101. Post 101. Idiots. Y'all are getting too smart. I got to step up my comms games. At Phil Godlewski, I was born November 11th, 1941. Been a follower for 2.5 years. You were born in 1941?
Because I'm a dick.
Because I'm a dick. Tambo Rambo bought you a 6-pack. Thanks so much for exposing this freak and for all the awesome research. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I appreciate that. For the donation, Tambo Rambo. Thank you. 76-year-old follower. Jesus Christ. I was born on November 11th, 1941. Been a follower for 2.5 years. Been doing research since Obama ran for president, since learning about you. I have learned more in a few years with you than ever before. I thank God every day for just being alive. Have I wavered at times? Who hasn't? But you have opened doors for me about things I never thought of. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your personal sacrifices. But most of all, thank you for your... He's trying to make himself a Jesus Christ, guys. There's no fucking way. Thank you for all you've sacrificed. Thank us for being the sacrificial lamb. Thank you for... Jesus Christ. Oh, is it 82? Oh, you guys are right then. Oh, yeah, I did 1947. It's 1941. I'm an idiot. It's 1941. You're right, 82, not 76. Thank you for your love for our country. Stay the course, stay strong. Blessings for you and yours. Wow. Your personal sacrifices. Thank you, Judy. It means a lot to me. Las Vegas, Nevada, U.S. to New York, New Jersey. Newark, New Jersey. Okay. So I'm currently on a plane to Newark from New Jersey, or from Las Vegas. You can see the plane's trajectory, flight path on the huge image above. Is it currently heading to Newark after taking a huge detour into near Chicago? This was straight, nonstop flight from Las Vegas to Newark. No connections. The red line that I added above would be the logical flight path for a nonstop flight to Newark from Las Vegas. But instead of the red line, my plane took the path of the green line through near Chicago. By the way, one of the major connecting cities from Vegas for flights that do indeed need a connection is Chicago. But why do we fly to Chicago when we're connecting? Why not just fly the red path? Anyone care to guess? I guess I have no fucking idea, Phil. I guess. I don't know. What are you gonna tell us? It's because the Earth's flat. It's because I have no fucking idea. I very seriously doubt it went exactly like that either. Y'all are going to love this one. Oh, yeah, there you go. It's flat Earth. And there it is. No, there it isn't. No, there it isn't. On this one, you go up way, way, way higher than you do on your flat Earth model, Phil. You go all the way up, almost 3/4 of the way up Lake Michigan. Almost to Lake Superior. This one goes south of Lake Michigan. Way south of Lake Superior. The fuck are you? What are you an idiot? This one, this red line, then the one you show is just barely above it. It just goes. Hold on, where's my fucking pen? I'm gonna get pissed now. God, this guy's an idiot. So the one that he's showing right here is Lake Michigan. Right? The one that he's showing just goes like right here. Not up there where the green is. No goddamn way. So if I undo that and that. Oh, and that. And go back to the pointer. And scroll down here. Even with this one, okay? Even with this one, if what he's saying is true and they took the green path, they still went like this. Are you shitting me, dude? I'm completely bored. You completely fucking leave, bro. No goddamn problem. Out of here. Fuck off and see if anybody cares. And the answer is we detoured through Chicago because we never stopped traveling in a straight line. On the flat Earth map, such as the two photos above, one enlarged to see the entire known realm, and the other zoomed in on the U.S., our Earth's land is drawn into the magnetic center point at the North Pole. There, the area consists of a massive electromagnetic force. This is the reason why there's a heavy military presence at the North Pole. The reason why Santa Claus is there, and the same reason why Google Earth will not even think about showing the actual images. Our lands curve towards the magnetic force. This global Earth map is a lie. It does not curve towards the North Pole like the flat Earth map does. Because of that curve has actually existed on our known false maps, people would question why the lands are curving. Instead, they wrote false maps to keep public dumbed down. The green line I posted in the previous posts are actually a straight line. They lie about everything. You continue to be lied to. They lie. Leaked footage of our flat Earth from the Apollo 1969 for the 1969 Apollo mission.
69 Apollo mission.
Damn, that's loud as fuck.
Our local sun orbiting the ice barrier. If you adjust the settings, you can see the land beyond our ice wall, a dark, barren wasteland that has not been explored.
So, Phil, I was thinking about what you just posted. About a year ago, I started digging into flat Earth and discovered FlightAware. I began tracking flight paths of some of the outliers and comparing them to what they might look like on the UN logo, Flat Earth map. And don't you know it, FlightAware confirmed my suspicions about Flat Earth. That's just because you're fucking retarded. That's because you're retarded. That's the only reason you would think that was true. Was that Bat Dad talking? I don't think so. Auntie is correct. Go experiment with FlightAware application. Why are they lying about our Earth? Control massive stealing of money, energy bills. So the massive steal is your energy bills. And most importantly, the existence of God, our creator. Judy Ness says, I don't think Phil, I saw the comments. I don't think Phil saw comments readily because of the quantity. I'm hoping he sees this. I'm echoing comments made on the announcement channel today. My family member was a vax injury almost 30 years ago. I won't share too much because of discernment. I have heard about fought to reveal the truth since 1986, advocating for her, fighting ridicule, shaming, searching for answers to restore her health. It has been a lonely and isolating battle. Thank you, Phil, for so many reasons. I recognize that same spirit and fight in you. Regardless of your attacks for so many others, I've heard the pain, but I heard encouraging conviction. Not everyone experiences both at the same time. You have given me an earthly connection. Besides my faith, this has lifted me on your shoulders, carried me to keep the fight, keep fighting. Someone down here knows how tough it is, regardless of friends and family turning away. Thank you. Hugs to you and yours, and a huge attaboy, and God bless you, Phil, and Carrie for her tremendous support of you. That'll be a person that unalives themselves when this all ends, for sure. It says, it's my pleasure, Judy. At Phil Godlewski, I hope you see my message because I want to say thank you. I've been following you for 2 years now. You're an amazing person. No, Miss Rowley, you are an amazing person. Oh my fucking God. What the fuck is this? Why do you look like you've been peppered? What the fuck is this? Oh, that's Anonymous Phil behind a distress flag. And for some reason, someone's lightly peppered him. What the fuck is this? This is like a meme that Austin would make. What? This is my favorite one. I think he said like this one. Jesus Christ. The fuck is that's the last post. What the fuck is this, bro? Can you all see the fucking look at his what is his face doing? Is that supposed to be shading? Well, I just put texture on everything except for the anonymous photo. This one's smooth as could be. Everything else is textured. And they didn't even clip it well. Look how poorly it's clipped. All this is white background behind it. Oh, my God. Pixel perfect. There's white. They forgot to get the hair out and separate it. I fucking hate people, dude. I'm retiring. They're too fucking dumb. I can't do it. They're too fucking dumb. The people are never going to pull out. They're never going to make it through. This is the end. This is the end of the world as we know it. That was 200 bits from Ribeye. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Rendan follows the channel. Becca Zermi follow the channel. Thank you for the follows. I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know. I wanted to see what Scott McKay was talking about, but I'm also interested in seeing a bunch of fake Phil shit. Let's see what we got on the platter over here. Scott McKay claims he was doing a big show today. It said something like, you're not going to want to miss this one. What did it say? Overwatch and Intel update. Fuck, don't miss it. Tip of the spear shit is what I was told. Here we go. That's a Scott McKay. Let's see what he's talking about. Fuck it. The greatest intro in internet history.
These truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by the Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these
tip of the toothpick, one of those sandwich spears.
These rights, government governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from consent of the governed. That whenever
I saw someone else asked about documents. There's none out yet. I checked earlier today.
or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes, and accordingly, all experience has shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and
Usurpations.
the same object evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security. The world is waking up, and this is the tipping point.
There you go. This is the tipping point. Oh, shit.
To you here on the February the 20th live. You are listening to the high-octane, full-throttle truth hammer known as the tipping point on Revolution Radio, the birthplace of our radio career here. Global radio reach started here, and also the birthplace of the podcast Patriot Street Fighter. We got a great show for you tonight. As always, I am usually on the move trying to figure out what's happening. Looks like, let's see, 4:15 minutes. All right, I'm sending. We got a have to activate. We've got a communications issue here.
Have to activate.
And Australia. We got Overwatch tonight coming in.
Overwatch. Oh, shit.
Information that we are going to share with all of you.
Overwatch is Johnny.
I had an engagement with this group that I call Overwatch, or one single individual in this particular case that happened when I was up in Idaho Falls this past week. Give me a heads up. Get the hell out of Idaho. Kind of a strange situation. We had to put some operators in motion coming from Coeur d'Alene.
Had to put some operators in motion to get out of Idaho. Got it.
Jay Goad and Henry Wright. Rapid reaction.
How fucking dumb are you?
Made your way down to give us some cover. Anyways.
A rapid reaction team made our way down to give us some cover. Are you listening to him? To leave the state of Idaho where nothing's going on and to go to another state where nothing's going on. He's trying to say QRF. He has no idea what the fuck he's talking about. QRF would be Quick Reactionary Force. I've done QRF. I've had to call out QRF when we're getting fucked up. But he's like, we had a rapid reaction. Thank God Jaco was there and some other teammates. And we had to put some operators in motion and play an army again.
So in the course of this group that I call Overwatch, or one single individual in this particular case that happened when I was up in Idaho Falls this past week, give me a heads up. Get the hell out of Idaho. Kind of a strange situation. We had to put some operators in motion coming from Coeur d'Alene. Thank you, Jay Goad and Henry Wright, rapid reaction team.
Rapid reaction team.
Give us some cover. Anyways, so
had to give us some cover. Fuck off. Goddamn retard.
It turned out to, not be anything I could see. That's the way it's supposed to be. These guys are good enough. I shouldn't see anything. And of course, because I'm doing a bit of a stream here, I also get to mess around with my Fisher Price studio in the process, try to make things look a little better. But on the radio side, all you folks out there around the world listening to revolution.radio or freedomslips.com, welcome. Thanks for coming back into this particular broadcast. And I know you all are here because you love hearing me beat the living shit out of scumbags with the last name Schwab, Soros, Bush, pretty much anybody that comes out of the realm of the presidencies, the Clintons, the Obamas.
Got it.
And all
makes sense.
Characters behind the scenes that usually hide out because they're milquetoast pussies and they're afraid to come out in the open. But fortunately, we here at Tipping Point have drugged them out into the open by their hair, their tails, their feet, whatever. And we cast a spotlight on them. And now we are having at it. I almost said something that's probably going to offend somebody, but I don't even care. Sharia style. Sharia justice over in the Middle East. Yeah, somebody will flip out.
What?
Eggs. with the last name Schwab, Soros, Bush, pretty much anybody that comes out of the realm of the presidencies, the Clintons, the Obamas, and all the bad cast characters behind the scenes that
I bet you he went after Jimmy Carter.
and they're afraid to come out in the open. But fortunately, we here at Tipping Point have drugged them out into the open by their hair, their tails, their feet, whatever, and we cast a spotlight on them, and now we are having at it. I almost said something that's probably going to offend some.
He's going after anybody from the president's office with Sharia justice.
Somebody, but I don't even care. Sharia style. Sharia justice. Over.
Got it.
Yeah, somebody will flip out over something like that.
I watched Will's parody of Scoot from about, oh no, is there a parody? Did I do a parody of Scott McKay?
As you can tell here, I care not. I don't get caught up in the semantics of language or allow people politically correctness that don't like to use humor about anything, or they're going to accuse you of some atrocity. I don't care. It's the cut the bullshit narrative that we have established here and made it well known in the world, thanks to the reach of the platform that gave us life, gave us breath, and also thanks to Nighthawk, who had the balls years ago to basically tell the world that these people are killers and they are after all of us one way or another. Whether you believe it or not doesn't matter. However,
your audio sucks, bro.
I've seen the modern day killing fields of the hospital system in this nation. And again, I will say that openly, equivocally, the killing fields from what they did with the bioweapon shot, with the remdesivir shot, with the ventilators shoving people on them in the middle of a cytokine storm, everything that they did to take people out. Now, does that mean everybody in hospitals are bad? Nope. I've got some wonderful people that I have a mad amount of respect for. Morristown Trauma Center, many amazing surgeons there. Dr. Wagshield, brilliant orthopedic trauma surgeons, nurses, anesthesiologists, people that I have nothing but love for, amazing love for. Frank, Morristown Hospital. I don't remember Frank's last name. Nurse of the Year.
He's not even making any sense so far. I don't know. Maybe it'll come around eventually.
Mad love for those people.
I haven't seen it yet though.
University Trauma Center here in Dallas, same thing. Dr. Casey Cates, Dr. Reddy, an amazing people. Love them. I'm not talking about trauma. I'm talking about the big pharma human wood chipper, the shredder that they lower people into and have them come out the other side. So that's what the world has become in the course of the actions taken by these killers with this weapon that they put out there on multiple fronts, the fake bioweapon COVID-19, as well as the kill shot. Call it a vaccine, say what you want.
Oh my God.
My friends are PhD virologists. It's a kill shot, period.
My friends are PhD virologists. What is this video? Atsuko got me curious. This isn't a parody video. I don't know what this is. It says it's satire, but let's see what it is. Hold on. This is old Will. So I hope you like old Will. I still get on a roll sometimes, but
We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by the Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute. Prudence indeed will to suffer a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism. It is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security. The world is waking up, and this is the tipping point.
What the fuck? Where did that just go? Here, let's search Scott McKay. Damn it, I can't even spell. I'm so tore up. Scott McKay. Take that A out. Oh, God, there's an extra A over here. Oh, God, Scott McKay. Enter. What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, let's try again. Hold on. We can try Scott McKay, Patriot Street. God, I can't spell. What is going on? Street Fight. YouTube. I can't believe you did this to me.
Scott McKay, Patriot Street. What is this?
Fuck. Let me think. One more thing.
It's the old studio, yeah.
Let's go. Scott McKay, Patriot Street Fighter, March the 4th. Trump. Today's the day of reckoning, the Great Awakening. The Great Awakening. What happened today? What's going on? And enter.
So this is when they were all predicting that Trump would be back March the 4th because hotel prices were expensive or some shit.
Oh, shit. Guys, I hate to say it, but I think it's time.
Is that taps? Oh, no.
Oh, fuck you, Scott. They big mad. Scott got kicked off YouTube. Not that I'm for deplatforming, but I called it like I said. You can't go around preaching this QAnon bullshit and expect to keep a channel. He's on Patriot Street Fighter 7 with his...
Well, he's on 23 now.
Military lingo, closeted innuendo, and his dad, the general.
It played half a taps, then it just popped up and said, fuck you, Scott.
None of it could save him. And people would say, he's only getting kicked off because he told the truth. It doesn't matter if it's truth or a lie. If you break terms of service, you get kicked off. I'm not okay with deplatforming, but he's clearly not playing by the rules. But that's the announcement for today. Looks like Scott's being scrubbed from the internet. Darn it. I wish he wasn't. I would stand up for him and fight with him, but he's got to stop. He's got to stop spreading this false fucking narrative. What is he doing? I would much rather him be on YouTube where I can openly make fun of him and I don't have to start searching for his videos. I can make fun of him. I can debate his points. I would rather him be here. I'm not glad that he got deplatformed. I really wish he was easier to find and I could just go directly to his channel, but I am happy about one thing. We made him mad. We made them mad. Let's talk about how big mad they are.
Oh shit! These are some of the comments I had on my video. Check these out.
In the comments,
I remember this part.
The latest video I did on Scott, and of course they big mad. Moreover, you don't have the intelligence or brain power to be an aviator. That's why you're hating on Scott. One of the many reasons. Got it, ladies and gentlemen. What we have here is a digital snowflake. What we have here is a fully functioning YouTube channel. Sorry about that, Dan. Wow, look at you trying to smear a man for using military language. Commandery. Okay? Positivity, promoting teamwork and encouraging people to stop complaining and get involved in local politics. That's not true. He's encouraging people to sit on their ass and trust the plan. This is all a movie. We've already won. Sure. You are living in total darkness. I like it dark. That's why I have all the lights around me. Thank you for making this video. Oh, there's one positive. Oh, look, a shill with a YouTube channel. Give it up. Not today, motherfuckers. Not.
So what happened was when his channel got banned, when people would type in Patriot Street Fighter in the search bar, it'd bring up my video, and they were so mad.
Triggered much, dumbass? I suppose I could say the same. Then this one. I've never served until last year when General Flynn called for digital soldiers. You can just stop that about right here.
I've never served until last year when General Flynn called for digital soldiers. Now they're talking to me. It says, you are a disgrace to those in the military. Husband, 33 years in the Air Force. Brothers, both in the military. 4 uncles in the Army. Father-in-law was a major in the Navy. Scott is not claiming to have been in the military. He is figuratively talking about taking the fight to the enemy. You are showing very thin skin, soldier. Possibly you are jealous that he is more compelling and positive than you.
Served. You've never served.
He may not be he may not be an actual soldier or part of the military. Q may not be a real operation. However, the demonic cabal and murdering children is 100% true. I don't take kindly to people hurting children, and it's not a joke. People better wake up.
May not be an actual soldier or part of the military. Q may not be a real operation. However, who cares? Who cares? That's not what the video is about.
Major in the Navy.
You're misspelled, a fucking asshole with absolutely no merit. Too bad all my discharge paperwork's give me all my awards with merit. I don't need your merit. Wow. Public video. This is pretty low. You must have been a shill on his videos. I feel sorry for you. Not exactly, but I am a YouTuber, and it kind of helps if I make YouTube videos. By the way, just for your satisfaction, I am Will Bird, and this is the Cold Beer Confessional, the name of my show. These are glasses. They're not real. I can turn them off at any time. This is not a disguise. I'm not hiding from you or your patriots or anybody else. They're fucking fake. Imagine. Sit there and hide behind your mask with your fake name. Will Bird. Real name. No mask. You saw it. Oh, God. Jealous psycho. You are so jealous that you cannot come close to Scott's popularity that you are whining like a little girl.
But she got me.
Comments complaining about your internet boyfriend. I'm not in yours. What the fuck? I've never commented on a single one of Scott's videos. I tried to reach out to him about the Purple Heart shit on Twitter, man to man. He turned into a little bitch, and here we are. I've not commented. You're here for your internet boyfriend, not me. Not me. That's you doing it. Oh, boy, are you clueless? His father was in the military for his full career. Are you somewhat jealous? You will note the majority of posts are...
His father wasn't in his military for a full career. His father made sergeant.
For Scott, you really talk with ignorance. Go troll someone else's page. That is true. His dad was in the military, I think, for his service. I think I found at least as high as staff sergeant. The only issue that I have with Scott talking about his dad is that he named him the general. And there's literally people in these comment sections that think he is a general currently in the military because his fans are...
The frog. I got a clip of the frog saying that Scott was special forces, and that's why he knows all this stuff.
Stupid. I don't know how else to put it. His fans are stupid. Scott delivers some of the best info and calls out the shills daily who don't get what is happening. It's sad to hear patriots that get roughed over the truth. There is no great military operation, and it damn sure isn't a secret military operation with 300 to 400 YouTubers and bit shooters and rumblers out there posting videos daily. The operation is not happening. Donald Trump is not going to come saddled to an F-16 wearing nothing but a light coat of...
Someone says, I served for 3 decades, not missing one operation nor conflict. I personally know Scott McKay. The only one that is a piece of shit is you, Cold Beer. I despise people such as you that can't handle other people's success, sitting there sucking on your vape, thinking you are knowledgeable or great. Take off the shades and show who you are, loser. You're a true piece of shit.
Baby on a smile. A lot of things happening.
We need to piss people off like this again.
I love Trump to be in the White House, but that's not what we got. It's time to stand up and resist. That's been it. I'm Will Bird. This is the Cold Beer Confessional. Today is the Awakening Day. Too bad Scott's not around to talk about it. We'll see you on the next one. Have a good one. Oh. If you're upset, leave it in the comments below. Hit me up on cultclub.com, KULTKLUB /merch to get our stickers, and just Cult Club to donate. We'll see you on the next one.
A little bit Jay Reese. That was a good one. Oh, that's not the right video. Where are we going? Back to the tipping point.
A lot of you out there have gotten it. We've seen death after death after death after death. You speak in. I don't care what language.
I just want to hear from what are they called? The upside.
Well, so the things that they do to try to take us out, to kill us, they seem to work for
the outsourced. What's his intel called?
They're smoked out, and people get a chance to know the truth. And that's going to happen here as well. Nothing is what it seems. Anything that comes out as a reason on mainstream media, I can tell you these people are full of shit. I never believe any word they say about anything. You got to go behind the scenes. And what I've learned, if you really want to know what's going on, it really takes getting into the world of special operations. And I'm talking about guys also that are retired. They never ever break contacts with the people they've served with. They keep each other abreast of what's going on around the world. And so when the information comes from these kind of sources, obviously I'm willing to put it out here. I want to find out if we have Overwatch on here tonight. Let's see. My friend down in Australia, do we have you on?
Yeah, can you hear us, Scotty?
Yeah, I probably not as loud as I need to hear you, but if you're close to your microphone, that would be great.
Yeah, I think, can you hear us now?
Yeah, I think we're good. I think
Overwatch is a video game too. Maybe that's how they name themselves.
Get it into a place where it's as close.
Since Scott says I'm down in my basement playing in my mom's basement playing video games, but his memes are literally from video games for his intro. Overwatch is a video game. Maybe that's how they name themselves.
Speaker as possible. Make sure we can hear you. Say hello to the Tipping Point global audience.
Alrighty, so I think this evening is going to be probably quite the information that people have probably.
Could you imagine this guy calling you? Sounds just like Johnny, by the way. I think they all sound the same. Shane, Johnny, one of them. Anyways, can you imagine this guy calling you on the phone and saying, "Get out of Idaho now"? Got it.
Been searching for, because there isn't anybody that's talking about the stuff that I'm going to give to you listeners this evening. Just trying to what sort of screensaver have you got up there?
We've got the we got that snowy beautiful scene with the landing strip to the landing strip. Looks like a lit landing strip to the left. That's what I'm seeing right now.
Okay, just bear with me. How do I get that on the screen where we are?
Oh, you don't need to.
Or is it just not?
You don't need to.
All right,
no.
so let's begin.
Okay, so
okay, ladies and gentlemen, so
show's yours, buddy.
Perfect. Great.
No, I'm still here. Can you still hear us?
Yep, I got you. Yep, I got you. So now what I'm saying is, the screen that we see, your thumbnail picture here that we see is this, the snowy tundra that I'm looking at. I can see to the far left, it looks like a runway, a lit strip, landing strip. So that's what we're seeing up here now.
Is.
Okay, let's start from here. Let's get behind the curtain of the stuff we talked about. 5 days ago. What the hell's really going on with all these moves that are happening? With everything, actually, these balloons with the railway crashes, with other crazy things that are going on out there. Tell us, let's hear what we're looking at.
Okay, all right. So what you're looking at, ladies and gentlemen, is a genuine photograph. It's not CGI'd. It's not a postcard. It is 100% genuine of the landing strip that is approximately 700 to 1,000 meters in length at Fort Yukon in Alaska.
Did you say Fort Yukon? Did you say Fort Yukon in Alaska?
Fort Yukon in Alaska, which is just north of Anchorage. If you know where Anchorage is in Alaska, ladies and gentlemen, I would hope you would, being American citizens, for those of you that are listening. But there is no way that you can land anything bigger pretty much than a caribou that would come in there for those of you that are pilots or ex-pilots. So no, you would not be able to get a Hercules in there, an AC-130. Not going to happen. And forget even getting a Globemaster. Not going to happen either. So it's a rather small town. Now, to give you guys some background, the reason that we have presented you this photograph is because it is intrinsic to the reasons behind why the Ohio rail car crash took place. Everything.
Oh, this is why there was the runway in Fort Yukon, Ohio, is why a train Fort Yukon, Alaska, is why a train crashed in Ohio. Makes perfect sense already.
That we're giving you now are facts. These are not opinions. These are not speculation like from some other people that give them and then say that they're intelligence. No, they're not.
I wonder what Scott's looking at on his other screen. Midget porn, which to him it's just porn.
These are actual facts that you can verify if you are prepared to upset some people and do some serious research and digging. Again, if you don't ask the right questions, then you're not going to find that which you seek. The question that is circulating at the moment is that people are asking us, was the East Palestine a disaster simulation for bankers to install ESG? For those of you that do not know what ESG is, it stands for Environmental, Social and Governance. Okay? Very, very important. Very important. Now, the reason it's important is because these issues actually can pose financial risks to corporations that actually exploded in 2020, such as climate change, water scarcity, pollution. You've even got the Me Too movement you can throw in there, Black Lives Matter. You've got worker welfare, employee diversity, there's things like corruption, human rights.
I love how Scott's like stomping around and popping his neck and kicking shit in the floor, loud as fuck. Can't mute.
Abuses, supply chain scandals, and not to mention, least of all, COVID-19, folks. And so while many of the investors, people like Bill Gates and their chief executives, they are now taking the ESG, the environmental, social and governance issues seriously in their decision making. And one powerful constituency that is actually lagging in this are the corporate board. And one of the people that is on that corporate board is none other than DeSantis' wife. So did you get that, Scotty?
You're talking about Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida.
Yeah, I'm talking about your Florida. We are talking about your Florida state governor. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, he is not who he says he is.
ESG is almost always used for. They're talking about Ron DeSantis now. ESG is used for investments. Okay, it's used for investing. It stands for Environmental, Social, and Corporate Governance. ESG, and it's basically. It's designed to make a company's strategy that considers how to make value for the investors, not only by complying with, but how it will affect environmental and social and the government. So it's used as it's for reporting purposes for stakeholders to assess sustainability and those related risks. So if there's a huge environmental risk, then you could possibly be shut down. Same thing with a social risk or the government stepping in. Those all rely on each other. You use that and different other measurements to come up with an enterprise evaluation, which is what a company's worth, what is the risk of being invested. Think about this. If you invested in a brand new chemical company that has a chemical that's, I don't know, fucking melts snow, says snow's on the screen, okay? But the chemical has to be made in fucking Central America. And the chemical's awesome, and it works really good, but it has to be shipped by rail car because it's a liquid and it's heavy. And if 1 ounce of it gets on the ground, it destroys an entire environment, kills people, causes neurological diseases, blah, blah, blah. That's probably not a company you want to be invested in, okay? It didn't used to be an issue because as long as people were making money and looked the other way. It's more recently become an issue because people are saying, hey, we got to care about the environment. We've got to care about these social issues. The government's going to step in and enforce these, so we need to evaluate this in our investments as well.
Can pose financial risks to corporations that actually exploded in 2020, such as climate change, water scarcity, pollution. You've got the Me Too movement. You can throw in there, Black Lives Matter. You've got worker welfare, employee diversity, things like corruption, human rights abuses, supply chain scandals, and not to mention least.
One of them that would be social. I just thought of a good social example. Chocolate. So if you don't know, chocolate had a big social issue of viral like a couple years ago, where they were talking about basically like most chocolate is brought is gathered and put together, the cocoa bean or whatever is brought and put together by basically slaves. So then there became this thing for humanely sourced chocolate. So that'd be a social thing you might want to worry about, because if people find out. Now, technically, it's not an environmental thing, and it's not a government thing, because where they source these from, the government doesn't really give a fuck. But it would be a social thing, because when people find out about it, social media takes over, and people are like, I don't want my chocolate from slaves. I would pay more for chocolate that doesn't come from slaves. And then you get responsibly sourced chocolate.
Least of all, COVID-19, folks. And so while many of the investors, people like Bill Gates and their chief executives, they are now taking the ESG, the environmental, social, and governance issues seriously in their decision-making. And one powerful constituency that is actually lagging in this are the corporate board. And one of the people that is on that corporate board is none other than DeSantis' wife. So did you get that, Scotty?
You're talking.
Oh, my God.
Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida.
I'm talking about your Florida. We are talking about your Florida state governor. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, he is not who he says he is. He is a Pilgrim Society. He is also a former Commissioner to JAG officer, Judge Advocate General, who has been denied access since late last year to Gitmo. For those of you who do not know what Gitmo is, that is Joint Task Force JDF2, Camp Delta. That's the prison complex that you have down south in Cuba, I think is what they call it. But anyway, so there's a lot of interesting things happening. The reason that none of you would ever know this is because you haven't been in the set circles that we have operated in and continue to operate in. The Special Forces community, as I have been saying for the last 6 months since the first time I came on the show, is because it is so tightly knit that we cannot afford to have the wrong people disseminating any information. I mean, even some of the things that Alex Jones is now coming out with, that you need to tread lightly and understand that many of these people are disinformation.
So it looks like Fort Yukon can sustain a C-130. C-130 has a minimum margin of error landing strip of at least 5,000 feet. By 130 feet. Was that what it said? Hold on. I had to look it up. Maybe it was just 75 feet. C-130, runway, building with the margin of error. 80 feet. That's what it was. It needs at least 5,000 feet by 80 feet wide. 5,000 feet by 80 foot wide. I knew that number sounded high. Fort Yukon Airport has a runway that's 5,810 feet by 150 feet wide. And that's not including, like, they usually have a runaway area further than that. That's like within all the regulations and rules and shit. So they might have another few hundred feet just in case something happens. You don't land short. And 5,000 feet is not like it takes everything the C-130's got to land in 5,000 feet. 5,000 feet is with a margin of error built in. You can land a lot shorter than 5,000 feet. And pilots do it all the time. 5,000 feet is saying, okay, every pilot we have ought to be able to land in 5,000 foot runway.
They are paid. We are not paid, just like our podcast that we had is not monetized. We refuse to take any donations of any.
It actually, depending on the conditions, can take as little as 3,000 feet, 3,200 feet to land. If you're using the max effort procedure for landing and takeoffs. The liftoff can take place at 1,800 feet, but you need another so many feet to make sure you can clear obstacles ahead. How many feet? Sorry, I'm looking all this up. I'm not an aviation guy, but some people are.
Any kind. Some of us have actually gone back to work as sworn law enforcement officers here in Australia, Canada, and England, and the United States.
I've been on coral runways of 2,800 feet. There you go.
At the NYPD.
Thank you.
Lawsuit that came out at the end of last year, class action, reinstating almost 6,500.
Ron DeSantis.
Can you still
get him out of there?
Yeah. And you know what the interesting thing is?
I just need to make sure, because I just need to make sure we've had a storm here, man-made, of course, and there's been a lot of
mass effort procedure. Liftoff can take at 1,800 feet. For a JTOW, jet-assisted takeoff procedure, the liftoff of an empty takes only 150 feet of roll, with the front gear coming off the ground almost immediately. Damn. Now I'm watching plane videos. Here you go. I'll go back.
CEO of mine, Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo.
Oh, cool. Moriarty. I didn't know that.
There's been a lot of trouble with people like
I'm not an aviation dude. That we always went in C-130s or C-17s or whatever, everywhere we went, and combat landings and shit. Shit was fun, but I never did anything in aviation at all.
Now, that's not to say I'm an advocate of him. I'm not, but I'm just letting you guys know that we have significant interference here in Australia and New
That's
Zealand.
a word on jet engines.
There's a court case that is now inbound from Thailand. I haven't got confirmation yet, but I will have by tomorrow evening when I speak to a particular person that I've trained with since I was 15 years old. His name is Judd Reed, who's a former and well-known Kyokushin karate specialist. If you Google him on the internet, I would implore you to watch his video called 100 Man Fight. He was one of the personal unarmed combat instructors to all of the high-end policing and military to the royal family in Thailand. And he knows the family very well, including the daughter, the princess, who is currently in a coma. Although I'm now speculating, based on speaking to some of the neurologists that work with Charlie Teo, who is also undergoing being threatened here in Australia as a neurosurgeon.
Web sling seats.
And that is also why Switzerland has now rounded up I think it's the president, the prime minister there, and the head minister of health. They've been arrested and charged. So they're going to be prosecuted by indictment for the crimes against their people regarding COVID-19. These are facts, ladies and gentlemen, that we're giving you. They're not speculation. This is happening. Okay. Now, getting back on track to the photograph. So what you've got there is a runway that comes into Fort York in Alaska, and the reason that photograph is pertinent to the Ohio crash, as we've been discussing in reference to certain business boards that are obstructing ESG, and it's at their own peril, by the way. What you need to understand is that Ron DeSantis, our understanding is that he is running again.
Yeah, I just watched one rotate and take off, and I don't know, 280 feet or some shit. Obviously, landing is where they need some more time to slow down. But
Trump for the elections for next year. His wife, as we reiterated to you, I think the last time around, which was 6 weeks ago, Scotty. She is on the board of BlackRock that runs one of the second largest portfolios for them that's combined with Vanguard, specific to the Ohio rail crash. Now, where is it? So if you look at the map, if you can bring up that map, Scotty, there's actually got some dates on it, which says the object shot down over Lake Huron.
Okay, we're gonna bring up the map.
Someone over on Rumble says another index is HCI, Human Capital Index, and I looked that up, and it says Human Capital Index is it's a new definition of human capital and quantifies the contribution of health and education to the productivity of the next generation of workers. I didn't know about that one. Thank you.
Okay, so we see a.
I can run because we need to run a timeline here so people can actually understand what clandestine warfare is.
Okay.
It's very, very important that they understand clandestine warfare because it's not something that's going to be reported in the media at all. And when you don't understand timelines mapping, which is specific to what we term
full reverse 50 a foot above. Damn.
Along with the old photo or photint, HOTINT, which is now called IMINT, which is ridiculous. They keep changing the bloody names, ladies and gentlemen, which is imagery. Okay, so photo intelligence joined with measurement. So if you look at the map, you'll understand that on the 3rd of February this year, the freight train carrying hazardous chemicals, including vinyl chloride, which I'm sure some of you have heard of, derailed and exploded in the town of East Palestine, Ohio, in the US. And so the derailment caused a fire.
By the way, that's a thing I messed up. I kept saying polyvinyl chloride. That's what it's used to make. It's vinyl chloride, and then when it's mixed with the polymer to make polyvinyl chloride, that's PVC pipe. I kept saying it wrong. It's just vinyl chloride.
That lasted for several days, folks. And so on February 6th, to prevent further explosions, emergency crews managed to fire into a controlled burn. Okay, so they managed to fire into a controlled burn, which which allowed for a monitored gradual release of burning toxic chemicals. So that's the statement that we got from the actual governor's office. Okay, now paying attention to the date, 3rd of February. If you look at the actual map, you will notice that on the 4th of February was the first shoot down of one of the balloons, and it was traveling at 60,000 feet. That's over Myrtle Beach in South Carolina. Can you see that, Scotty?
Yep, we see it.
Okay, all right. So you need to understand that this is almost tit for tat. Okay, so the other thing that we discussed with Scotty about a week ago is you need to understand that the National Guard and the United States Marine Corps are the military for the people under the U.S. Constitution. The full-time militaries that are from the Pentagon, which is the Army, Air Force, and Navy, they're effectively working for the cabal. And most of them are useful idiots, so they don't even know. And that's what part of compartmentalization is all about. So you'll have the high-ranking and the middle-ranking officers from colonel and above. They're all involved, and they're the ones pulling the...
I've been looking up. So yesterday there was a story that came out that said people are saying, oh, trains just derail. You know, they haven't looked at this. blah, blah, blah. It was just an accident. Trains don't just derail, which they do. We've learned trains derail all the time. Like when I worked at the railroad, we got, damn, I wish I remember what they called them. They were like, bullets, safety bulletins. When it come on, you had to pull a report every day about your train, what's going on, any signals or track maintenance or blah, blah, blah. And you had to brief the engineer on them. You had to have a crew briefing where you talked about everything when you'd occur to it. Then when you're on the train, you have to talk about it ahead of time, after time. Anyways, the safety bulletins had all these things for your district on it. From that, we heard about, this was just in our seniority district where we ran. We would hear about derails all the time. People hitting deraillers, people hitting shit on the track, some type of malfunction, blah, blah, blah. So I found this thing about a pop bomb, but it wasn't on the tracks. They keep saying it was near some tracks. It was near some tracks. It wasn't on the tracks. It seems like it was on a church's property. A local church's property, the what was it called? Holmesburg Church. And then they just keep saying near railroad tracks. But it was behind a church on a property. I don't know that has anything to do with the railroad tracks. I don't know what the fuck was going on with a pop bomb in Philadelphia, but I don't think it had anything to do with this. And a pop bomb. You'd have to know an awful lot about trains to get a pop bomb to either it would just have to be fucking huge, or you'd have to know exactly where to place it. You'd have to know how trains stay on the track. You'd have to be able to detonate it at a specific time. It couldn't be pressure plate because it hit the engine. The engine's heavy as fuck. You'd have to detonate it at a certain time where it actually hit the trucks and knocked them off. I don't know if you guys know this, but the only thing that holds a train on a here, let's grab the pen. The only thing that holds a train on the rails is literally a little bit of lip and weight. So if you look at a section of railroad track, it looks like this, and it goes up and it gets skinny, and then it has this rounded area here. Okay, this is what railroad track looks like, and this is the top. This is where right here's where it rides on. And then if you look at a wheel sets on this railroad track. Boom. Okay, it's riding on the railroad track. Then it comes across, and it has this little lip that comes down and goes up, and that's how the wheel works. And on the other side, you have the exact opposite. So you'd have a little lip here, and then you'd have this that follows the ball of the rail, and then you'd have this, right? And you'd have another piece of track that come out there. So it would go up like this and fill that area in, and it would be like that. I didn't draw it real good, but this one would actually come more like that. That's what holds a train on. But there's so much weight. Have you ever seen a train track, and it is crazy because it looks, when a train derails, there's like wheels everywhere, and you're like, oh, fuck, it beat the wheel. There's nothing that hold those wheels on, okay? There's nothing that hold those wheels on except for pressure. They've got a big pin in them called a kingpin, and the car's just set on top of them. If you had a way to lift that car, even if it didn't crash or nothing, if you just lifted the car, the wheels would just stay on the tracks. They're called trucks. The truck sections are not attached to the car in any way. There's just a pin that sits on there. It's all weight that holds it down. And this is what turns the cars, okay? The train doesn't have a steering wheel. This lip, right? You ever hear the squealing when a train goes by? That's called splitting the steel. And basically what it is this lip is rubbing up against the steel, whichever one's on the outside of the curb, and keeping the train on. So railroads require not a ton of maintenance, but there are certain very specific things that have to happen during maintenance. Like these wheel lips can't be gone, blah, 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 whatever. But it's mostly about weight. There's so much weight there that it helps to hold itself together. There's just so much fucking weight. But if you could anything, how can I say this? Anything that you could put on the train track that could lift this wheel up this much can cause a derail. Okay? So a derailer, all it is a little ramp that not only lifts the rail up, but it also pushes it over to the side. And it causes because if you push this lip over this way, right? This lip's only on the inside. It's going to go this way easily. You don't have to lift this side. You don't have to lift one side. So if you look like at let me back all this off. We have deraillers everywhere. We have mobile deraillers. We have what they call skate deraillers. We have stationary flip and place deraillers. A derailer and a re-railer is a thing as well. A derailer is just a little piece of metal that the train rides up on and it pushes it off. So let me open an image of one. Here's one. Here's a good image. All right, so above my head here, so that little lip would just get pushed off. That's it. It lifts it up and pushes it off to the side. That's all a derailer is. The train would run up on this. The lip, instead of being on the inside of this rail, would now hit the outside of this and it just pushes it off to the side. The reason we have these derailleurs are to protect people. So if there's someone working down here and we're like, oh God, we could run over somebody if a car cuts loose or if we don't make the right turn or blah, blah, blah. The derailer's job is to protect those people and put the car on the ground because we know it won't go anywhere. Okay? Switches work with a gap and a point. And the point grabs the little inside. Here's probably a good picture. Oh no, it's too fucking small. There's a derailed train. A switch works with the same thing, the lip. So here's a switch. So on this, is this picture big? On this switch, okay. So if I have a lip on both insides of my track. Let me blow this up. If I have a lip on this inside and this inside, that lip is going to come right through here riding the rail, and it can't go that way because there's no gap for that lip to go through. So the lip's going to grab here and go straight. If you came this way, the lip's on the inside, and it's just going to stay straight. Now, if you switch this is a switch. If you switch this and made this line meet that line, and that would mean that this side had a gap, then you would go this way. A train always goes towards the gap. When you go to conductor school, they show you switch points from both directions. And you have to say, is this switch aligned for my movement? And it'll tell you which way you're moving. It'll tell you like you're going straight or you're trying to turn. And it'll flash up a switch and you got 5 seconds or something to say, is it aligned for my movement? All you have to remember is this, the train always goes to the gap. Always. It'll always go to this gap. It'll always go for that gap. And the train always goes to the gap. But if you were on this track, let's say you're on this track coming towards us, like the way my pointer's going. So you're here, and you go down through here and blah, blah, blah. Now, this is not aligned for your movement. There's no gap here. But because you're coming trailing through a switch, you would just break this switch. So what would happen is that inside lip would skip this little gap right there. It's just a small gap. And this inside... Oh, shit. Where'd it go? It was this one. And this inside lip would just push the switch over and break it. So if you're at a leading edge of a switch and it's not aligned for your movement, you're going to go the wrong way. If you're at a trailing edge for a switch and it's not aligned for your movement, you're going to break the switch. Some of them are allowed to be not aligned and you can still fix them or whatever, but you still get written up for it just the same as you broke the switch. But trains derail all the time. Like I'm talking like 3 a day derails. Like when do we hear about them? When they cause like mass casualties, hazardous release, when there's a big fuss about them, when there's people who die, hit a house. But 3 derails a day, dude. That's a lot of fucking trains derailed that you don't hear. Could you imagine if you had 3 planes crash a day? 3 fucking airplanes crash a day.
And the soldiers effectively all the way down from company commanders, rank of major captain, down to the platoon commanders, the lieutenants, and all their NCOs. They're just useful idiots. You'll have a handful within those ranks that will know what's going on because they're in on the whole debacle, but the vast majority do not. And unfortunately for everybody, including us here in Australia, most of our soldiers are jabbed and they're injured, they're vaccine injured. So you've got the Marine Corps and then you've got the National Guard. Now, If you look at the date timeline, February 4th is the day after this actual rail crash took place. And if you look at the top left-hand corner, you then have the second shoot down, which is 10th of February at a height of 40,000 feet, which was done at a place called Dead Horse, Alaska, which is in the far north. Now, the reason that this photograph that we presented with the runway in Fort Yukon is relevant is because there was an operation that was carried out. It actually began in April, May of 2022, once the intelligence had been gathered. And this intelligence actually came from...
Now that we've had this one big one in Ohio, the news is going to magnify every derailment. There was a while back when CSX had like 2 big derailments in a row, and then for like the next 4 months, every time I turned on the news, another train from CSX derails, but it was like a little stupid thing. Like one fucking car went off the track. There's a thing called a how to re-rail a train. So basically, a lot of times they can just get a ramp up underneath the train. Sometimes they have to bring a crane out. Don't get me wrong. But I would like to find a re-railer. A lot of times they just bring a ramp up, and like for a slight derailment where you just lost one set of trucks or something, they can bring a ramp up and you just pull the fucking train up on it and it throws it back on the tracks. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find a picture of it. Reopen after train derailment. It's just a big fucking metal ramp, but you don't usually hear about those small derailments. It's usually like when the cars went off over a bank and turned a bunch of other cars over, or what's he got here? Or when, something crazy like that happened, right? When they had to bring out cranes and see all the trucks sitting there in that picture? The wheels are not attached to a train car. There's just here, let's do this. Railroad car set of trucks. The trucks are not attached. Here they are sitting in the yard. See this pin right here? That's literally the only thing that keeps it on. This pin, it has springs in it and shit, but that stays with it. That pin is the only thing the car is sitting on. And just weight and pressure keeps that on there. Just weight keeps that on the train. So when a train derails, it looks a lot worse than a lot of times it is, because there's like wheels fucking laying everywhere and you're thinking, God damn it, rip the wheels off. Well, not really. They just kind of fall off. They don't really do anything. His weight's the only thing that's holding them on.
A specific individual that was captured by one of the Vega teams in the Battle of Mariupol in Ukraine. So you following along, Scotty?
I think so.
Okay, all right. And for those of you that have been following the Ukraine, you understand that the Battle of Mariupol was unbelievably important for the Russian forces to take control of that area, because that was one of the openings to what is referred to as a deep underground military base.
Oh my God.
The literature that's been published by credible sources, i.e.
Oh my fucking God.
Australia's John Pilger.
It's a dumb.
For UN's review, you will find all of the validated stuff in there about that incident. Now, on Thursday, the 26th of January, 2023, the US Special Forces actually seized a state, or aka a cabal cloning laboratory 25 miles north of Fort Yukon in Alaska.
Oh my God.
One of our staff sources who is actually with the Marine Corps General Eric M. Smith's office. Okay, that individual used to work in our logistics department. They've been since reactivated, and that's what's going on there. We actually have elements that are doing these contractual agreements to do surveillance on said individuals, because the JAG are having difficulty with manpower being able to get in to 2 places at once to apprehend said individuals.
I can't with people who believe in like deep underground military bases where the deep state cabal military is fighting the Trump military for the other military before the military takes over the military for a military takeover. I just can't.
To be prosecuted for treason. So the findings were that there was an actual, this being the second operation was conducted, by the way, where the combined Marines and the National Guard elements located
the Marines and the National Guard.
Deep state politicians. Okay, folks. So you need to note that on the 22nd of December last year, just before Christmas, Special Forces located, doing a search and destroy mission set, a concealed cloning center in the Missouri Ozarks that held replicas of Biden, Schumer, and Fauci. Now, I'm sure that there must be some
replicas, clones, carbon copies, he said, of Biden, Schumer, and Fauci. Clones. They found them in Montana. The National Guard, the Marines, and the Special Forces. I can't do this. I'm going to go piss. You guys listen to it. Tell me what they say. I want a play-by-play when I get back.
Somebody listening this evening that has heard that, because that's not. It's not.
They're designed that way for, service, basically. The reason the Kingpin in trucks. Well, first of all, the railroad's one of the oldest standardized use cases, right? So that Kingpin theory was a long time. You couldn't have, the reason they're designed that way is because a long time ago, imagine trying to have steering on a train car, okay? Imagine the forces something would be under if you had like a bearinged surface or a leveraged surface that had to steer somehow. So the simple way to steer is to put one point dead center and just let it turn on its own, right? If you had 2 points there, you would have some type of wear factor, right? Something would be wearing out all the time. And if one side wore out, like the thing that makes it go right or the thing that makes it go left, then it's going to go the other direction all the time and be trying to derail all the time. So the simplest way to steer with massive amounts of weight is just a pin in the middle, and it steers itself. The tracks steer the train. Then you've got that's from like a long time. There's probably better ways to steer it now or better joints, but we're still standardized. Some of our fucking cars are from like the 1900s. We still run them, same standard. But then you got maintenance. You can just swap one out. You can bring out one of those little piggyback cranes, pick up one end of the car, roll some others underneath it. It holds itself together. It has so much weight, you don't have to worry about it. In a rollover, a lot of times, if you have a rollover, instead of breaking shit, you separate shit. Those might not be the reason for it, but those are benefits of it. I think the original reason for it was they said, oh, you're going to put how many 1,000 pounds on a train car? And how the fuck do you not expect like bearings or joints, heim joints or something to wear out? How you gonna have this thing turn? Because when a train car, I guess I can turn my camera back on. I'll go piss in a second. Because when a train car, let's see if I can find something to draw on. When a train car turns, let's say, let's do this. Let's draw a track with a turn in it. Okay, here's our turn. Okay. And then we're going to have, let's see. We're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, and a kingpin. Okay. And then over here, we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, and oh, that one's way too big. My mouse slipped. 4, and a kingpin. Okay. That's the wheels. Okay. That's the set of trucks. But the car, because all it has to do is be centered on this and centered on this, the car will be setting like this. Right? The car doesn't have to turn, it just has to set on those pins. And all that heavy change of motion, right? All that turn and everything is handled just by a single pin. That all the weight holds it on there and it just turns. But you could imagine wearing out back in the 1900s, whatever they had back then, or even 1800s. What are we going to put in here to fucking turn? Like, what type of surface is going to hold up if we put some type of steering in it, or if we put some type of whatever in it? How are we going to fucking turn this stuff? It's the same thing when you think about like a gooseneck trailer, right? A gooseneck trailer, yeah, it's got a lock, but basically all the weight's on a circular ball, and then the trailer just turns where the fuck it has to get around something. But if you had to come up with a device to not only keep one gooseneck in line and turning, but 1,000 gooseneck trailers behind that with arms and pulleys and some type of leverage to get everything to turn, that'd be incredibly complicated, especially when you start talking about hauling around bulldozers and backhoes and track hoes and all that shit. When you're talking about thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds and you've got to turn it some way, you have to have shit that won't wear out. And that's where they come up with the kingpin idea. It's the simplest. There's less parts to replace. It lasts forever. There's probably other benefits from it, but I think the reason was that's a lot of weight, and how the fuck are we going to turn it? And I think they did a good job figuring it out. And it's been that way since, I don't know, since back in the day. I don't know that it's ever changed. All right, now I'm going to go piss. You listen to it.
Not old news, it's been out for a while. Someone unfortunately presented the story, I think, earlier on in January, and it was some of it was incorrect, and that's causing problems. Let me tell you, it's causing a lot of problems. So the said evidence taken from the lab later led members from the 19th and the 20th Special Forces Group to a German-born cloning scientist living in Boston, in the eastern United States. Now, for those of you that don't understand how the National Guard is set up, you'll understand that there are two elements of Special Forces that are actually reserves that are based in the 19th Special Forces Group and the 20th Special Forces Group. The 19th, of course, is cause and effect, the area of responsibilities on the west coast of the United States and the Pacific. And then you've got the 20th Special Forces Group, Green Berets, which took place in the southeast, which take care of pretty much Central America, the Caribbean regions, and then parts of the Atlantic as well. And an example there would be Haiti, so the disaster of Haiti back in 2008. Now, I know there are some people that are criticising the Five Eyes, saying the Green Berets are useless and that they're not very effective, etc. That's just people, ladies and gentlemen, that are pissing up the wall for whatever reason. I can tell you from absolute certainty, having done operations with them and also done operations with members as they've been out, that quite a few of them actually make the ranks the first SFOD-D, which is Delta Force. Okay, so you might remember a name, Tim Kennedy, who was a former UFC fighter ranked in the top 8 a few years back. I'll just leave that there. He's a former, from memory, 5th Group fellow, and he was doing the reserves for a little bit, and then of course he went to extend his skill set within.
Yeah, you could. I guess you could technically, like, if you had. So if you let's say you chose a different design. So let's say you had 1, 2, 3, 4 wheels, and instead of having just one pin in the center like that, let's say you put 2 pins. Let's say you had one here and one here. Not only would those pins have to be standardized and the same width apart and the same thing for every car, but you would also need to they would have to be in a slot, right? Those pins couldn't be solid because they would never turn. They would have to be in a slot. So whatever slot they work in, whatever the length of the slot is your length of motion. If this yellow pin, if you're making a left-hand turn and this yellow pin goes all the way back here and this pin goes all the way forward here, that's the limit of your motion. If you just have a single pin in the middle, if you just have one pin in the middle like this blue pin, you technically, if you could, you technically have 360 degrees of motion, right? So no matter what type of bind or push or whatever you put it in with one pin, you could go all the way around. If you could, I mean, obviously you can't get a track that tight, make those moves, and there's 2 of them. But it's a pretty good way to standardize everything, and it doesn't matter if you have a rotary dump, a low side, a gondola, a side dump, a belly dump. A flat track, any fucking cart, they all have a hole in the center, and that's the easy way to figure that out, right? You don't have to have every car has to have 2 slots, 13 inches apart and 8 inches long. You just put one fucking hole in the center. It's 5/8 inch pin. There you go.
Those circles, I'll leave that there because I don't want to say too much. But anyway, the German scientist that was found living in Boston. He has been interrogated at a marine facility, and that General Smith, who's the Marine Corps general, has acted at the time and furthered acted on the said intelligence specific to an interdiction strike mission set, which is direct action, is what we call them, on this said lab that was 25 miles located north of Fort Yukon, Alaska. Now, you can understand that if you're the investor, the financial investor on this facility, you're going to retaliate. You're going to retaliate. And so that's why it brings us, when you look at the map, specific to the object shoot downs. There is actually... where is it? Here we are. Okay, so there's a map that is circulating that is actually the person who's done it. We don't know who it is, and we're not too bothered either, but they've done quite a good job. So on Tuesday, January the 31st, was when the actual first sighting of this balloon was found in the northeastern region of northern Idaho and Montana, and then going in a southeasterly direction, traveling all the way down to the east coast, where you've got North Carolina, which was dated February 4, which was the day of when they actually shot down that first balloon. Now, for those of you who think it's a China weather balloon, you need to stand corrected because it's not. It's actually created by the Cabal, by the Pentagon, DARPA.
Oh, it's a Cabal balloon.
The reason that they released these weather balloons post the operation that was actually
Got it.
20th of January 2023 on this said clone lab located 25 miles north of Fort Yukon was because they needed to track the elements that were in support of this operation. Now, one of the photographs or maps that is circulating at the moment and that's interesting, is the solar eclipse.
They say, first of all, that most people say that the railroad can never get rid of their property. Could you imagine? So the railroad's been allowed to operate with free reign for basically a couple hundred years, right? So if they ever try to get rid of their property, there's no way that anybody else could ever own it because of the EPA stuff that would go on, right? Spills and chemicals. And think of back in the day when they didn't give a fuck about it and you'd be responsible for that. You'd be digging up fucking ground forever. There's been so many fucking chemicals that spilled back in the, the late 1800s, early 1900s that no one ever reported. But they also say if we didn't have the railroad we have now, it would be impossible to build. It wouldn't be, there would be, first of all, you'd have to somehow get the land. So you'd have to buy the land from people who already own it. The government gave the railroad most of their land, build it, and that's your land, plus their right of way. Not to mention the incredibly cheap labor they had at the time. They had Chinese workforce working for pennies. They had Irish workforce working for pennies. They had all this cheap labor coming in. We have an incredible railroad system. And not for public transport. We're way behind on public transport. I get that. But as far as for like freight, that you couldn't build it today. There's no fucking way you can build it today. A lot of times, the reason that a lot of old railroad beds are hiking trails is because they donate it. They can't sell it. So if a railroad shuts down, you couldn't, you just donate it, and a town or somebody would typically take it. Because, let's say I tried to buy a rail yard and I wanted to make I put a mechanic shop on it at an old railroad shop. Could you imagine the first time they come in, like an EPA did an inspection to see if I was dumping shit in the soil, and they found all the shit that's been there for 100 years of fucking railroad? There's no way. My favorite movie is Gondola. I don't even know if I've ever seen that. Gondola are railroad cars. You have low side and high side gondola cars. I know you would recognize them. They look like open image in a new tab, maybe. We ran mostly coal cars, but here's a model of this is a gondola car, right? A lot of times you'll see scrap metal in them. Low side and high side gondolas. We ran coal cars, which are rotary dump and side dump. The reason our railroad shut down where I'm at and they started going around us is because we can't, we have, on our system, there's 100 and some fucking, here's a coal car, 100 and some fucking tunnels from Pikeville, Kentucky, all the way down to where we run in South Carolina. And our tunnels were cut so long ago that the train cars we have now barely fit through them. There's some tunnels when the first couple times you go through them, when you learn to be a conductor or whatever, you're like, oh shit, we're going to hit. The top of the thing will hit. There was one tunnel that I know we went through that sometimes a train would get to rocking to just the right rock, and you could see sparks behind you where cars were rocking and just catching the edge of that tunnel. It's crazy. 100 and some tunnels on this system. It goes to the mountain fucking everywhere. The problem is this is what we can barely hold on the railroad system I was at. And we hauled a lot of coal. Coal was down. Obama was president. Coal sales sucked. We weren't moving the coal we were moving to the coast, and it was basically being sold on barges to the Chinese so they can burn it. Then they came in with these cars. And we couldn't get them to fit through our tunnels. This is called intermodal, where you just take a Connex, so you can go from a truck to a boat to a train or whatever. And there's your double stacks. So intermodal typically doesn't weigh as much as coal per car or whatever. Intermodal typically don't weigh as much. But we couldn't, the engine barely fit. Look how much taller this is than the engine. So it cost them more to run the little bit of coal that we were actually selling in the U.S. around our train track. Instead of coming through my town, they'd go out through Indiana and Nashville instead of coming through Kentucky, East Tennessee, down to South Carolina. They'd go around through Nashville, but we weren't hauling that much coal. But they would stick a train full of these double stacks and make up the money because this is what they were hauling most of. That's the reason they shut down our little section of track. It still services about 30-some industries along the track. There's 2 trains that run there a day. There's a yellow dog, and then there's the beat train or whatever they call it that goes back. There's a lumber train once a week. You know, there's still like probably 30 people that work at the railroad, but we had 1,200 employees that worked at this railroad, this railroad section through there. So we can't haul these, so it's kind of useless. They would just take the train that we did haul, the coal that we did haul, and they would just reroute it because there wasn't much of it and stick it on the back of one of these trains. There's a lot of planning that goes into loading a train too. Like you got to be careful to not have too much weight at the head or the tail, and not enough weight in the center. So there was the year I started at the railroad, there was a grain train that had some coal cars on the very end of it. So it was hauling corn. And the structural integrity from the car, an empty car pulls an empty car fine. A loaded car pulls a loaded car fine because the stress is pushed through the stuff in the car as well. So like an empty train doesn't need to be filled with anything. An empty train car doesn't need to be filled with anything to pull an empty train car. But sometimes when you have a very heavily loaded full train, if you stuck an empty in the middle, it would not have the structural integrity to pull loaded cars out both ends. So at one time, there was a grain train that had some coal cars on the bottom down in South Carolina on one of the routes when the first year I started. And the grain train, the car in the middle, somewhere in the middle, had been leaking corn the whole way. Okay? They had been leaking corn the whole way. And by the time they got somewhere and stopped down along the line in a siding, the car was empty. The car was completely empty. And they went to pull out, and they were probably cheating ahead on the brakes. So basically, when you knock off the brakes of the cars, they start at the front and they get air to the back. So like if you pull ahead too quickly after knocking off the brakes, some of the brakes are still sat in the back. And the empty car that had lost all the grain, they ripped it in half. They ripped the grain car that had lost all its grain. They ripped it in half. Like they didn't rip it completely in half, but they realized something was wrong. They broke some air lines, and the car was like fucking stretched out and had like a big fucking, almost like a lightning bolt design down through the center of it. Like there's a lot of fucking, you're moving a lot of fucking weight. Not to mention our how many cars we could pull on our railroad was always determined not by like the power of the engine. It was by our grade. So we have a pretty steep grade. We go up, I live in a mountainous area, so we have a lot of mountains to go through. And there's only so much Sanders can do. So if you don't know an engine, I guess I should show this. Hold on. Train, engine, Sanders. So an engine has the ability to spray sand in between the wheels and the track. So metal on metal is not the greatest traction. So instead, you have something called Sanders, and they look like this. And your engine is full of sand. Like there's a sand hopper, and when you are in a point, you're going to get wheel slip, like going up a hill, pulling fucking hundreds of tons or thousands of tons behind you. You turn on the Sanders, and it'll throw sand in there to give you grip. And that's the way the drive wheels get grip to pull the train. So when you leave my yard and go south, you pull an immediately steep grade all the way up a river canyon. And you would have to have a pusher on the back. So you'd have 2 engines in the front pulling maximum. You can't put more than two because you'll start pulling shit in half. And you got to have a third one on the back. Well, there used to be a crew in that third one in the back. Then they figured out how to do it remotely from the front engine, can control the back engine. But then they had to take we used to have a pusher crew. So what they would do is you would take your 2 engines combined and you would be pulling out of the yard. When you cleared the south end of the yard, another single engine would come up behind you and say, "Oh, I'm going to lock on with a pusher." They would hook onto the pusher. at the rear of your train, and they'd say, okay, we're pushing, and you'd match throttles, and they'd push you up the hill while you pulled up the hill. Then when you got over to the top of the hill, they'd say, okay, we're cutting loose. They'd run in the slack, they'd blow the coupling and back off, and they'd turn around and go back to the yard, and that was their job. All they did all day was push trains out the south end of the yard. Well, then when we learned how to work them remotely, we didn't need that pusher job anymore. So they just used extra engines they had, and you would put it in push mode when you needed it going up the hill because you could run it remotely from the lead engine all the way at the back of your train. You were driving that engine too. And then when you get over that hill, the rest of the tracks is basically downhill. You just cut the pusher out and take it with you. If for some reason they need it, you could set it out on the siding or whatever, and they can send a crew to come get it. But we have an excess of engines. But the Sanders, between not pulling a train in half, so not breaking couplings or pulling a car in half or destroying some shit, and not wanting to slip and using the Sanders to get some fucking grip on the traction, you're limited by your grade to how much you can pull. It's got enough horsepower to pull probably fucking 3 times as much if it didn't break something or if the wheels didn't slip or if, all those things. So it's kind of like an estimation and what you actually can take southbound up a hill, how much of a grade, how much weight are you going to have pushing on those engines when you try to brake? Because you've got air brakes on the engine, plus you got engine brakes because it's an electric engine. You can apply voltage in the opposite direction to hold it back, regenerative braking. Plus all the train cars have brakes that are usually way, 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 way out of compliance when you go to adjust them. So there's a lot of stuff that goes into driving a train. The worst job as a conductor is breaking a knuckle. So you can look at the very first night I ever went out on my very first train. We got halfway out the side when I was by myself and didn't have another conductor with me. We got about halfway up the hill where I was just talking about we needed the Sanders, and we broke a knuckle. So I had to get this motherfucking knuckle. It weighs like 85 fucking pounds, 90 pounds, some shit like that, and carry this motherfucker all the way back there to the part we broke. I was too nervous to load it on. Like I could have whatever was the train broke in half. So whatever was stuck to the engine, I could have threw the knuckle out, had the engineer pull all the way ahead. Whatever was the last car now that it's broke, I could have loaded the knuckle on the last car and then had the engine push me back. But I was too nervous that I would hit something. It's dark. It's the middle of the fucking night. It's like 3 a.m. Can't see shit. There's no lights out there. So I just told him to stop where he was at when it blew the brakes. And I went and I carried that fucking knuckle all the way back there on ballast, big ass fucking rock about this big. Had to take breaks, like fucking probably 4 or 5 breaks, carrying it all the way back there. Finally got it back there and put a new knuckle in. But basically these knuckles, this is where you get your slack. You ever hear when a train takes off or brakes, you hear the boom, 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 like all the way down it. It cracks like a whip. That's the slack in these knuckles. These are called drawbars. And then the knuckles are the parts that connect. But like, see this pin right here? If there's pressure on this, it doesn't matter if you pull that pin or not. Nothing happens. You have to get on the slack side to let the pressure off. Then when you pull that pin, it'll come loose. You can disconnect the cars. And then the air hoses have almost like truck driving glad hands. If you ever drove a truck, the air hoses kind of like go together like this, then twist to connect. But they'll also break loose automatically. Unlike a truck a lot of the times. The truck a lot of times will rip the air lines out. But railroad ones are made to break loose automatically, the glad hands. But yeah, that's what it looks like where you connect. This is an incredibly dangerous area. We've heard about people crossing a train, getting their foot stuck in here. There's been people that somehow got in between 2 trains that were coupling up, got coupled in it. Just crazy shit. Like, this is a dangerous area to be around, especially if you don't know nothing about trains. Like you're just saying, oh, I'll just hop across that train right quick and run over to the store or some shit. Well, I did it as a kid, and I can't believe we didn't get killed sometimes. We used to crawl under the trains and go to the grocery store because we lived on the opposite side of railroad tracks, the wrong side of the tracks from the grocery store. Climb over trains. We used to ride trains up in the river and go fishing. Like, it's a wonders we didn't get fucking something cut off or ran over or got killed. But we didn't. Oh, I don't know. I would rather talk about trains than I would this idiot.
21st in 2017. And it lists the states of Oregon, Wyoming, Nebraska, Missouri, Tennessee, and South Carolina running from northwest to southeast. What's ironic with that travel path is it's almost identical to the travel path of the said weather balloons. So they've been actually spying since Trump's presidency, which is 2017, on all of the reserve elements, the National Guard and the Marine Corps, because they know that they are loyal to the people of the United States and the Constitution. And that's a fact. So when you look at the date timeline of January 31st, February 1st, February 3rd, February 4th, of the actual route that this balloon was traveling across the United States, it's interesting that on Friday, February 3rd, you actually had the incident of, guess what? The train crash in Ohio. So,
yeah, I think the knuckles we used weighed like 88 pounds, something like that. It's a fucking hoss. That's one of the things you have to prove. Like the railroad obviously hires women and stuff, and a lot of times they get like special tax brackets and shit. One of the things you have to prove is by yourself that you can pull out a broken knuckle and that you can tote a fucking a new knuckle at least 30 feet and pull it all the way up to get it in the slot, put it in and pin it. That's one of the things you have to prove at conductor school.
That's interesting because if you look at all of the media that came out that Friday, February 3rd, there was nothing said about the Ohio train crash. Nothing. It was all about the weather balloon. Now, Vanguard, as we mentioned earlier this evening, ladies and gentlemen, they are actually the ones that are in charge, or the common denominator, in the East Palestine, Ohio vinyl chloride poisoning disaster. So if you understand, looking at the states that this balloon was traveling, and I hope you've got a pen. If you don't, then get one, because you're going to need to write these down and do your own confirmation of this to see that what we're sharing with you is watertight. You've got Washington, Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, Missouri, Kentucky, Tennessee, North Carolina, South Carolina. So you following along, Scotty?
Yep.
Okay. So if you look at those states, they're the states that actually have the...
A train knuckle wouldn't even compare to Mariah's fucking moose knuckle. The old flesh cave of wonders.
Marine reserve elements from west to east that were specifically support elements, and some of them were core elements in that operation that was carried out both on the 22nd of December and the 20th of January 2023. So, for example, in Montana, we know that there's 38 units in 28 different communities, of which there is a Marine Corps reserve element in southern Montana.
They said the first man that made it to the bottom of it got a wish. I was just about 150 guys too late, or I maybe would have got my wish.
And then in Wyoming, you've got Colorado next door, because you've got to also look at the Ohio train crash. You've got the 900th Chemical Recon Detachment Army Reserve at Fort Carlson. And then one of the other elements that was brought to our attention, is in Kansas at Fort Meade, you've got the 445th Chemical Recon Detachment Army Reserve. In Missouri, that's where the cloning labs were located. So Missouri.
But Scott McKay's not paying a bit of fucking attention, is he? He's he's fucking texting people. He's got alerts going on and shit.
2022. Then you've got Kentucky, which has got the 56th Chemical Recon Detachment at Fort Campbell, which is also the headquarters command. And then you've got military intelligence there as well in Louisville. This is Kentucky, folks. Okay. Then you're down to.
Well, it's all in context. If you think about that, what is that like? I mean, that's less players than there are in like the National League in MLB.
North Carolina, which is where you've got the Bravo Company, the 1st Battalion at Albemarle, which is the 20th Special Forces Group, Green Berets. So you don't think that we have guys that were transferred from the 20th to the 19th? Absolutely we do. We have the same here in Australia between the 1st Commando Regiment of one company in Sydney and two company based at Fort Gellibrand and in Melbourne, where I used to be a long time ago. So this is what's going on. They're basically running intel, Scotty. So they're doing photo intelligence and measurement and signatory and signals intelligence, which is also what the Ohio crash uncovers in the train disaster, to see where these elements are that are the ones specific to.
Well, it depends on the reason I didn't say an exact. It depends on what styles you run. There's bigger and thicker railroad knuckles and car knuckles, and there's smaller ones. I'm pretty sure they told us the one that we carried and the ones we typically saw weighed around 88 pounds, somewhere around there.
To the cloning labs that have been hit so far. So this is retaliatory. Now the reason it's retaliatory, I'm going to ask
different manufacturers, different knuckles, different styles.
You're going to retaliate against an element of special forces that are the cream of the crop in America. Okay, who are you going to retaliate against? Who would you think, Scotty?
My guess is the American people, because they can create damage.
Yeah. But you've got to be more specific than that. Who would you really want to target? If you know that you've lost 2 labs in the space of 2 months, and they have specific individuals that are in there, and you know that you can't get to the special forces guys because they're too bloody good. And they are. I mean, the amount of money that's spent to train these guys and then you get released. I know I've been there. It's tens of millions of dollars. And let me tell you, when you travel your wolf pack, God help even Satan himself when we'd show up. I mean, I've always said
The standard railroad coupler was designed in like the fucking late 1800s. And at that time, with the materials they used and shit, it could withstand like 200,000 pounds of pulling of force, which is ridiculous. It's just crazy to think about. Somebody in the 1800s designed that. Oh, it's crazy.
Dale Comstock has said, we are a threat to those that conquer the weak. Absolutely we are. So the people that are retaliating, Vanguard, they're retaliating against the mums, the brothers, the sisters, the children of these soldiers that are basically trying to save your country, to save the world.
Sure.
So they're going to target your family, folks. That's what they're doing. And they're going to do it by any means possible. And they've effectively succeeded. Because this is what draws us to the evil that's now inbound. And there's no way you're going to fix this. This is, I will hope, I know that Erin Brockovich has taken the case. We know that for a fact. We've spoken to their office. They've got thousands of people calling in. It's almost a textbook recovery of what she did in that film that was released, I think, 20, 25 years ago, maybe more now, 30 years ago, with Julia Roberts, the major character against PG&E. Yeah. This is what's going on. This brings us to the next component, which is, it's alarming, to say the very least. Phosgene. Yeah, so we will leave the
I can't believe Johnny didn't tell us that he was Scott's intel source.
information, the link on Scott's podcast so that you can actually go through this, because it's going to blow your mind. Now, I'm going to draw your attention to some people that I don't know if your listeners are familiar with. Douglas Gabriel and his wife Tyler, and Micah McKibben. We've known them for many years, like decades. And anybody who knows Douglas very well will know that he's a copper, a policeman, and he's also former military back in the 70s. So he's been around, very educated man. They all are. And Mike McKibben's story to do with the internet, being one of the pioneers, is horrific. Because let me tell you, he understands this stuff all too well. You need to go to their website, which is called American Intelligence Media, because the fact that they're retired or semi-retired, these are people who understand what actual research is. They understand that, if someone has a question, there's no point just giving an answer. You need to give the hard data, like I've been saying for years now, as you would to a judge. Otherwise, you need to be sent to prison for perjury. It's that simple. That's why I believe in, a lot of these platforms being censored, because even on BitChute, Scotty, or Rumble, you will find that 99% of the people with these podcasts, they're not giving you hard evidence that would stack up in a court of law. You need to make damn sure that the people that are giving you information, you yourself, as having heard it, would have the actual data that you can print out one hand to submit it with the other. And that's one of the reasons why today we're going to leave these links with Scotty, because this business of the mainstream media blacking out, not telling you anything, and now anything they do tell you, as we're getting here in Australia. No offense for the swearing, Scotty, but it's 5/8 of fuck all, ladies and gentlemen. Pardon my French.
No offense to swearing, Scotty.
And draw the only conclusion, which is that this was deliberate. This is not an accident. It was absolutely engineered as actions on to the possibility of one of their assets being compromised. And their main asset, of course, is the cloning lab up in north of Fort Yukon in Alaska, after the one that was
They all sound the same to me.
which is falls under the basin, the water basin in there. So this is going to be a case that's going to last decades, Scotty.
Let me throw something at you. This came from another source, another special operations person. It's secondhand to me, not directly from him, because he doesn't communicate directly with me. But here's what my friend sent me. I'm going to read down through a number of these, and then we'll comment on it. Because these guys always have, they when they do things, there's hardly ever one reason. There's multiple reasons why they take actions that benefit them in more than one way. So here's what I was sent on might have been Wednesday, this past Wednesday. It says, look into the Intel plant in Ohio and the millions of gallons of toxic water needed to be recycled. Area is already piped with copper. All the shit we're seeing in Ohio is an op within an op, including the Amish. And then it goes on and says, let me see, jumps down, trying to find it specific to this. It said, this is sad and alarming. Watch the legislation that'll follow from this toxic and lethal show. And again, brings up the company Intel. Shows the Ohio shed, how large it is. It said also, why did the CBC update their profile for vinyl chloride 11 days before the train crash in Ohio?
Oh, my God.
Cryptic, but here it is. Water.
That's scary.
A la Sandy Hook. Unmarked federal rail cars.
Oh, my God, Sandy Hook.
Protected rail cars. Why? Trafficking, weapons like uranium, fentanyl, everything burnt per protocol. Game theory in action. We need to get the manifests. And then it says Ohio, fake water poisoning, and voila, we take it. Intel. Looks like we're at the break. I'm going to have to take a 5-minute break here. Gray, we're going to come back after a minute. Folks, radio break here on the Tipping Point Revolution Radio. Give us a few minutes. We'll be back and pick it up from there.
Radio break. Where was he reading that post from?
This came from another source, another special operations person.
Another special operations person came to me and said, voila. No guy in the SF says voila twice in one sentence. Fuck you, Scott.
Secondhand to me, not direct.
You surveil them, but you've got to cut communications.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to cut communications. So the transport...
Unmarked rail cars. What the fuck?
these hazardous materials on the rail through towns tightly controlled in Ohio. And normally the trains will slow down to a crawl, right, inside city limits to avoid such spills as we just witnessed in East Palestine. And this train was not slowing down; it was speeding up. Okay, it was in excess of 200 miles an hour. It's insane. So the internet.
Wait.
We just tightly controlled in. You've got to cut communication. So the transport of these hazardous materials on the rail through towns tightly controlled in Ohio. And normally the trains will slow down to a crawl, right, inside city limits to avoid such spills as we just witnessed in East.
Yes, so there is some areas have a railroad, so you have track speed. It's hard to describe. So you have a main line speed, which is what you're allowed to go, but you're also operating on signal blocks. So like, damn it, let me see if I can remember some of these. You're also operating on signal blocks, and the signal blocks tell you the condition of the current block that you're in, as well as the next block. Okay? So when you're operating within a I'm trying to explain this the easy way I can. The reason it's hard to explain is because different areas operate on different style signals. Okay? Depending on where you're at, you might know, like up north, they have different signals than I ran under, even though they mean the same thing. So you have like, everybody's seen the lights on the railroad, right? Like the signals or whatever. You have different signals for different things. So like you have like a medium clear. Okay, a medium clear would be like on my railroad would be a red then a green, or a red then a green then a red. Okay, one of those two. A medium clear means proceed at a medium speed until entire train clears all interlocking controlled point or spring switches, then proceed at authorized speed. So you see how confusing they are? And you have to memorize these definitions because you get tested on them. You have approach medium. So a yellow highball, a yellow top light always means approach something. If it has a green just below that, that means approach medium. It can also be yellow, green, red, or just yellow, green. That means approach medium. That means proceed approaching to the next signal at a medium speed. You have approach. There's just so many that you have to memorize, and they're not the same depending on where you're at. Depending on where you're at, okay? Depending on what railroad you actually run, which I guess is the confusing part. Depending on which way road you like, if I went up north, I wouldn't be able to know. I wouldn't know any of the signals. I'd have to learn all the new signals. Plus, you have to learn the territory. You have to test on the territory. It's just it's a mess sometimes. So you have restricting. So a restricting for me would be red, or red, yellow. And restricting means proceed at a restricting speed until the leveling or until the leading wheels have passed the next governing signal or the end of the block system that you're in. Like it's just, I don't know. It's hard to explain. And those all mean different things. A stop signal is obviously red, or a red. But again, it depends on what railroad you're at. So approach to me would be a yellow. That's it. On my signal where I worked. You have territories you're authorized to work in. And the territory, the reason signals are different is they came up through the old railroad. So like the CSX part of the railroad I'm on used to be Chesney Railroad. And I used Chesney signals. That's the signals that I know. And they never changed it because union and seniority districts and shit like that. I only know Chesney signals. I don't know all the other signals from if I went to Virginia or if I went to to fucking California. I only know Chesney signals. And what a signal to me on Chesney might mean something completely different to someone who's on fucking Norfolk signals or whatever. That's the only signals I know. So every section of railroad basically uses the old school style signals that were there when the conglomerates bought the railroad. So even though I worked for CSX, I was on a little bitty strip that used to be Chesney Family Lines, CFL. So like an approach to me is a yellow signal by itself. And approach is like a weird one. And there's some weird ones that out there. It tells you about your speed and it tells you about the block you're in between signals. A block is an area between two signals. So approach to me means proceed. Prepared to stop at the next signal. Trains exceeding 30 miles per hour must at once reduce to that speed maximum. Okay? There's also signals that'll tell you that you must be prepared to stop within the distance that you can see. Now, everybody knows how long it takes a train to stop, I would think. It takes a train forever to stop. So if we're going around a curve and I can barely see around the curve, then we're going to be going at like fucking 1 mile an hour. Because I have to be prepared to stop in a distance that I can see, and we're going around a curve or it's nighttime or something. And the way they test you on this is they put up what they call banners. So you'll come around a curve and you'll have a signal that's restricting you to being able to stop within an amount of area that you can see. And they'll have a banner over the railroad track, like a vinyl banner that says CSX safety comes first. And if you hit that banner or go through that banner, you're basically going to get fired for a few weeks, and you can't come back to work until they say you can. Maybe 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks, whatever. It goes on your record. It's called a banner stop test. So there are a bunch of fucking signals and speeds and stuff that regulate. Now, typically on CSX lines, at least where I worked, if you had hazardous chemicals, you were 10 miles an hour below whatever the posted speed limit was. Okay? 10 miles an hour below whatever the posted speed limit was. Whatever that might be. And if you weren't doing that and you had chemicals on your car, then you were just fucking wrong. The only signal that we're allowed to travel track speed at is a clear, which is also called a high ball, and it'll be 1 green. Up in the top. That tells me that I'm allowed to travel track speed unless I have hazardous material. I have to be 10 miles an hour below that. I'm allowed to be at track speed. And that also tells me that the block I'm in is clear. The next block is empty. And the block after that is empty. So 3 signals ahead, I know that it's empty. Now, the next signal might not be clear. It might be an approach because I'm getting ready to meet another train in a little bit. But that tells me that at least 3 blocks ahead of me are empty currently. So this guy's fixing to claim that a freight train with hazardous chemicals was running 200 miles an hour. He's an idiot. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Here we go.
Palestine, and this train was not slowing down, it was speeding up. Okay, it was in excess of 200 miles an hour. It's just insane. So
it was in excess of 200 miles an hour. What? What? I don't know if you guys know anything about freight trains, but freight trains don't go fast, okay? The fastest passenger trains in the U.S. don't go this fucking fast. But if you're on a set of tracks that have freight and passenger trains, you have to pull over for the passenger trains, and they're just doing like 70, 80, you know what I mean? And freight trains go like fucking 55. This guy just said, you would usually slow down with chemicals, but this train was going over 200 miles an hour. It was speeding up. That's a lie. That's an absolute lie.
You surveil them, but you've got to cut communications.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to cut communications. So the transport of these hazardous materials on the rail through
the top speed of a passenger train the top speed of a passenger train in mixed freight and passenger lines is 59 miles an hour. It's 49 miles an hour for freight trains in mixed tracks.
Tightly controlled in Ohio, and normally the trains will slow down to a crawl, right? Inside city limits to avoid such spills as we just witnessed in East Palestine. And this train was not slowing down, it was speeding up, okay? It was in excess of 200 miles an hour.
In excess of 200. The fastest fucking train in the United States hits 150 miles an hour for like 2.5 minutes. It runs from, it's called the, God damn it, I don't remember what it's called. It runs from Connecticut to Rhode Island. Amtrak is supposed to be upgrading their shit in New Jersey. I still get a newsletter from the railroad. Amtrak is supposed to be upgrading some shit in New Jersey to run 160. We don't have trains that run 200 miles an hour in the U.S. We don't have trains that run 200 miles an hour in the U.S. Yeah, Excella. That's what it's called. I don't think it's spelled like that, but that's what it's called. It's spelled like with an A, A-C-E-L-A or something like that. But that is what it's called, Austin. We don't have trains that run that. Especially fucking freight trains.
It's insane. So the internet, listen, tightly controlled in.
Now, he's not talking about some secret train or some military train or some underground train. He's talking about the train that wrecked in Ohio, was running in excess of 200 miles an hour. He's a fucking liar. And Scott's just like, let me drink my water, bro.
Normally the trains will slow down to a crawl, right? Inside city limits to avoid such spills as we just witnessed in East Palestine. And this train was not slowing down, it was speeding up, okay? It was in excess of 200 miles an hour. It's just insane. So the internet...
And this is just... It was in excess of 200 miles an hour, and this is just insane. Yeah, it is insane. If you were on... Let me just tell you. Freight trains are a rough fucking ride. If you were on a freight train doing 200 goddamn miles an hour... it would beat your fucking teeth out and probably just knock you out. It feels like your fucking world's ending when you get up to like 45 downhill. And you're like, what the fuck is that? What's that noise? What's rocking? What's that? Bullshit.
Which is dark and electrified the trunk lines, wherever possible, are actually embedded under railroad rights of way. So rail derailments are a sneaky way to selectively shut down digital communications. Okay, so there are network partners that internet services providers utilize for the transport of internet traffic, ladies and gentlemen, and that's where
it's Johnny from our chat.
The outage occurred on the 3rd of February this month, of 2023, and it affected other internet services providers as well. Okay, so rail service disruptions along this rail, this internet fiber system in Chicago, which is northeast. You then got the PON NJ, which is Cleveland, Detroit, Ohio Valley. Okay, and then you've got the KC and STL, which is the northeast. Okay, so it's very important to understand that on those areas are all of the reserve attachments and detachments of special forces and support to the operations that have been specific to finding and taking over the Kleining labs. Because if you look at the map that I showed you, the date, the second shoot down, 10th of February, the reason that happened is because the operation actually seized the base there, 25 miles north of Fort Yukon, for any listeners that are joining us. That was done on the 20th of January, so they were already sending another balloon that's believed to have come out of one of the bases in that area. I'm not familiar with. In fact, I've never actually been there.
Oh, here I found a thing from the signals. Hold on. So here are the signals. This is JMRI CSX 2014 Chessie triple head light color complete high signal. So you have high and low signals. These are high signals. So if it's a solid green and a red and then nothing, that's a clear. If it's a solid yellow, flashing green, nothing, that's approach limited. Proceed approaching next signal, not exceeding limited speed. If it's a red, solid red, flashing green, nothing, that's limited speed through turnouts, crossover sidings, and over power-operated switches, then proceed. That's called a limited clear. A limited approach is red, flashing yellow, yellow. Limited speed through turnouts, crossover sidings, and over power-operated switches, then proceed prepared to stop at next signal. Approach medium is yellow, green, nothing. Proceed approaching next signal not exceeding medium speed. Medium clear. Red, green, nothing. Medium speed through turnouts, crossover sidings, and over power operated switches, then proceed. See how these sound like they sound the same, but they're not. Medium approach medium. That's a red, a yellow, and a flashing green, indicating medium speed through turnouts, crossover sidings, and over power operated switches, then proceed approaching next signal not exceeding medium speed. Medium approach slow, a red, yellow, green. Medium speed through turnouts, crossover sidings, and over power-operated switches, then proceed approaching next signal not exceeding slow speed. Approach slow, yellow, yellow. Proceed approaching next signal not exceeding slow speed. Approach, yellow, red. Proceed prepared to stop at next signal. Train exceeding medium speed must immediately begin reduction into medium speed as soon as the engine passes the approach signal. Medium approach, red, yellow, yellow. Medium speed through turnouts, crossovers, sidings, and over power-operated switches, then proceed. Prepared to stop at next signal. Slow clear, red, red, green. Slow speed through turnouts, crossovers, sidings, and over power-operated switches, then proceed. Slow approach, red, yellow, red. Speed through turnouts, crossovers, slow speed through turnouts, crossovers, sidings, and over power-operated switches, then proceed. Prepared to stop at next signal. Restricting. Proceed at restricting speed. That's a red, yellow, dark. Stop. Red, red. Stop. Unlit is a dark indicator, and you refer to your dark indicator sheet you got from the dispatch. Advanced aspect's a whole nother thing I'm not going to explain here. But yeah, they all sound the same, but you have to have each one of these definitions not only memorized. You have to know wherever comma and every period goes. You have to spell every word correctly. You have to put them. You can't say, like where it says slow speed through turnouts, crossovers, and sidings. You couldn't put crossovers, turnouts, and sidings. That's incorrect. And you're not allowed to come back to work until you figure this shit out. There's probably there's triple head. These are the triple heads. There's 332. These are absolute color light signals. This is another set. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 that you have to memorize. 11 sets of these signals that you have to memorize to work on the railroad. These are Chesney Conrail, former B&O, CSX, B&O semaphore Conrail rules for the Chesney seniority district. So it's actually really complicated to pass that test and get a conductor's license. It's fucking crazy, dude. And still to this day, I'll tell the kids, I'll be like, oh, you see that signal? There's a train coming. That's an approach. They got an approach into the Irwin Yard. Like, what would be driving by it?
But it's supposed to be Fort Wainwright. I could be incorrect, but I'm pretty sure that's what it is. It's supposed to be Fort Wainwright. So anybody who says I'm incorrect, please let me know. But what's interesting, if you look at a map of the region, you'll actually see that Fort Wainwright is at Fairbanks, which is southwest of
Phyllis Googling Acela.
And then you've got where the actual balloon was shot down in the north of Dead Horse in northern Alaska. So it's quite remarkable. It was surveilling because they've already seized it on the 20th of January, Scotty, and so that's why it would make
Scott has no idea what's going on in this conversation.
sense for there to be a balloon that was shot down north, because once it got there, they've got to put it down in a safe area away from people, but more importantly, in a remote area that they can actually salvage to see what's going on. The thing that I didn't get to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, before, the planes that are shooting these down, they're Marines. They're not the
That's true, and they remember it. They check the light signal every morning on the way to school. Yeah.
United States Air Force, and they're not the United States Navy. They're actually the USM, the Marine Corps jets. If you know anything about the very first one that you saw, that was.
Will, when you get a chance, can you go to the 22-minute mark on this video and tell us if the train tracks are real? Yeah, we'll go check it out now because I'm fixing to wind up. Anyways, I fucking hate this. Tell us if the train tracks are real. Let me check it out. Okay, you said 22 minutes.
All it takes is 7 seconds.
I hate the ads here.
4 years worth of decay.
That's like cocaine on your gums or something. If it's good shit, it'll make them go numb.
And it's just an absolute, complete, utter disgrace. I mean, it's like the same thing that we should have been prepared for this. Like, look at the COVID money and all the fraud that went on with that. Did you show them the pictures of the train, of the rails yet? Did you get to that part?
That's what I'm literally coming up right now because I just want to get your take on that.
Yeah. And that's going to go right. It's going to segue perfect into my takes. They want to bitch about these brakes and, stuff that It had absolutely nothing to do with Trump, not to mention all the railroad strikes and like all this money that's been requested, stuff that hasn't been done. And you're about to literally see the condition of these railroads and, you know, these trains that are packed down way too long with hazardous chemicals. And it's just a recipe for disaster.
The railroad workers were telling us we need more crew members.
I mean,
they're running longer trains. They're risking our safety.
I thought this.
Are these railroad tracks real? This is called a buckled track section.
What infrastructure? The only infrastructure we've seen is
this is the infrastructure, Johnny.
Yes, Scott.
This is it. And I thought this was like from another country. I'm like, this
is a buckled track section. Hold on just a second. I'll show you. This train is probably a work train that's coming to repair track sections or stop because the track section in front of them buckled. Hold on. You wouldn't run over this. This is not regular tracks. This is not what mainline tracks look like. So sometimes you'll even get tracks like this. This is probably, I don't know if this is a flood or a washout or something that buckled these. But you also get tracks that look kind of like these. And you're not allowed to run over this, of course, but see these buckled track sections? See this? That's an actual buckle. This is a buckled track section, obviously. So trains are under, the railroad tracks are under tension strength. And sometimes they get too hot, too cold, too quickly, and they buckle. See, these is this buckling of railroad tracks due to heat expansion. You can't run over this. The way they fix this is by patching shorter sections of track together. Sometimes you'll use a different type of tie, like you might use concrete instead of wood, or you might use composite or something that doesn't change as much. But no, you wouldn't be running under nothing like that on mainline conditions or even service tracks or nothing like that. Like I've seen some rough track and it don't look nothing like that. Hold on. Let's see if we can find like a rough track section. I'll show you like the most it looks like maybe there's a washout or a flood through here. It took down some trees and it looks like maybe they've washed out some ballast. I'm not saying this isn't real. It looks like it's been buckled and blah, blah, blah. It could have been edited some. But a train would not run over this. No fucking way a train would be driving over any of the, I move my big ass head. A train's not going over this. And if a crew would take a train over this track, then they're just fucking idiots, right? You have the right to refuse all that shit. When you're on the train, you're in charge of the train. If something looks unsafe, you have the right to refuse it, and the union will stand behind you. That's one good thing they got. Let's see. See if I can just find like something that looks like maybe the worst we would run over. Okay, so well, no, that's still probably a little bit too bad. I wouldn't go over it. Maybe somebody would, but I wouldn't go over that. If you make the decision to go over something like that, then you're just fucked, right? If you make a decision to go over that, you're fucked. You are literally taking you're making a decision go over. You make the decisions on the train. You made the decision to go over that, and you wreck or derail or something. You're fucked. Now, there is a picture or a video apparently of a train going over this. It's called it's been sped up. In reality, the first 52 seconds only lasted 6 minutes. It had been sped up to run around 7 minutes faster, perhaps viewers around 5 minutes. This is called Prex 1603. Prex 1604 blast down the former Wabash Railroads District. I condensed a 6-minute video crawling tracks. It's only the third time I've gotten pair of these trains, so I was pleased. The line is most recently in Monwee and Western before being purchased by Pioneer. Maintenance was deferred for decades, and the stretch of track Pioneer has done a great job of rehabbing the worst parts, but some pockets like this still exist. Similar video. So it says that these people are allowed. They are actually allowed to go down this section of track. So they have to be signed off on. It doesn't look like they're hauling hardly any cars with them. It has to be signed off on and walked down first. They're only allowed to go at a maximum of 2 to 3 miles an hour. And it does say that they're allowed to go down this, but this isn't mainline. This is what's called like a siding or a work tracker. This is not mainline tracks. Main trains are not going down this track. This is probably to access something that there's no other way they can access it, and they probably have to do it fucking once a year. And it says they just bought this section and it hasn't been fixed yet. Let's see. Let's see if I can find this track section. I may have found the video for it. Hold on. The video's also been sped up, so keep that in mind. So see this little wobble in this track? That's not that bad, right? There's a little wobble right there. That's probably from heat or a fish plate. This is in the wrong spot. But apparently it's getting worse. This is called... It's a Maumee and Western Railroad Mall track set. It's been purchased by Pioneer Rail Corp, and maintenance has been deferred. So this is all needs to be maintained. There's been no maintenance on it at all. That's why there's only an engine going down it. But none of this is mainline. Is like where your trains go through towns. They go everywhere. You have yards. You have sidings, which is where you pass trains. Yards are where you build trains. You have industrial, which is where you go into like an industry, like one here is Eastman Kodak. We go in there all the time. Or you might go into a coal plant, dump coal cars. You might go into a sawmill and dump off saw and shit. But this is nowhere near mainline. So this is sped up, and they've allowed this engine to go down through here. But this is also, the government doesn't have anything to do with this. When they're talking about infrastructure, the government has nothing to do with a siding track. The government has nothing to do with a fucking access track or an industrial track or a service track. This has nothing to do with infrastructure. It's sped up, and you still see how fucking slow the train's coming down through here? That is scary. I wouldn't take it on that fucking track. There ain't no way. I've got mine on regular speed, I believe, yeah. And it's sped up. Mainline track has to meet a certain standard, not only because your railroad runs on it, but often other railroads run on it. Sometimes passenger freight runs on it. Mainline railroad track is actually pretty well kept. Mainline is what they would have wrecked on in Ohio. Mainline would have been all this stuff. There ain't no way I'd take a fucking engine down this. I can't believe they're letting them. This has to be something they're fucking planning on fixing or some shit, or they just purchased or something. What happens is when maintenance goes out and you haven't been relieving the tension and adjusting the tension and fixing the tension, when you have heat changes, you can literally hear the track crack and shit, okay? You can hear the track crack and ping, and that's it buckling. It'll fucking throw curves in it. It'll fucking break. It'll fucking jet. Like, you have to do a lot of maintenance on track to check the tension on it, to relieve the tension on it, to make sure the fish plates are sliding. Like, there's a lot of maintenance to this track stuff. It seems like the guy who videotaped this is what they call a foamer. It's guys that watch trains and then foam at the mouth about it. Like, they chase down trains and weird tracks and shit like that. But yeah, this is obviously a rare thing. He said he's only ever been able to catch a train here once. And there's all new cross ties, so I'm guessing they're fixing to redo the maintenance here. That might be why his train's here. They're fixing to rebuild it. You see the cross tie? Well, they're behind my big head. Those are all new cross ties right there. That one section is real bad. The rest of I've seen like this little dip here. Like that's obviously not bad. I've seen lots of track like that. But nothing as crazy as that video we just watched. That was wild. There's a whole tie missing right there. That dip right there. There's a whole railroad tie missing. We would never, unless there was something, I would never be asked to go across something like that. Especially, I would never see something like that main line. But if I pulled up to like let's say like a river flooded or something, and I pulled up to a log yard to drop off a bunch of fucking cars with logs on them, right? A sawmill. There's no fucking, I would not go across that. We would stop the fucking train and say, hey, we're not going to fuck across this. If you want me to go across this, somebody else better come out here and take responsibility for it. Me and my crew sitting right the fuck here. They got to be getting ready to redo the maintenance. The engines do rock quite a bit, depending on, they'll almost put you to sleep. When you get up on like cruise control and you're going along, they'll almost put you right to sleep. Could only find Twitch subs to show support Friday, but didn't want to use it all there. Oh, thank you. $20 from South of VA 757. Thank you very much for the Rumble rant. I appreciate that. There goes a deer. But that's the original video there. I can't believe they're letting them go up. This has to be something crazy. This has to be some kind of crazy. Well, we got to go check it. We got to see if it'll hold a train. We got to do this something. It's disingenuous for this podcast to suggest that this is what our railroad tracks look like in America.
Done. And you're about to literally see the condition of these railroads. And
no, you're not. This is probably a 1 in a million thing that you would see at the railroad. I've never seen track ever that bad, and I worked at the railroad. None of the guys I'd worked with would ever fucking see track that bad, and that was 1,200 employees at our railroad.
That are packed down way too long with hazardous chemicals, and it's just a recipe for disaster, dude.
And according to Australia, running 200 miles an hour.
I mean, Scott, I would argue, what infrastructure? The only infrastructure we've seen is
this is the infrastructure, Johnny.
Yes, Scott.
This is it. And I thought this is like from another country. I'm like, this can't be America, right? This is
it looks like East Europe.
Yeah, man. This is another train track in Ohio. What? And you could see the train struggle to stay on it.
No, this is nowhere near normal. Man. No goddamn way.
All that money from Joe Biden's infrastructure deal, dude, was going into this.
Better.
This is when you set your better judgment aside because you don't like the Biden, right? I thought all Joe Biden's money went to infrastructure, blah blah blah. I don't know if you know it, but almost every Class 1 railroad in the United States is a fucking private corporation. So very little of that money, unless they applied for some type of grant, went to any railroads like that. The railroads they're talking about when they're talking about infrastructure are the ones that are owned by cities and counties and municipalities. Those are the ones that get the infrastructure money. CSX made fucking $42 billion last year. They maintain their own tracks.
This is right.
Those literally look like. Look at the train's
dude.
Moving. Yeah,
it's shaking.
Overpacked, probably with cargo. Probably way too many attachments on this particular train.
It's a service body behind. I can already tell it's a fucking it's a track work car behind it. It's not overpacked with cargo.
Yeah, right. Like she's rolling down towards us. Like,
I mean, like, so the reason I say they're putting their better judgment, I don't know where they live, but I assume they've drove over a railroad track. And when people drive over a railroad track, you can look and see the track for, as far as you can see. And it never looks like this. It's always fucking straight. It always looks decent. It always looks good. This is just crazy. And the video's sped up.
You're running for your life. No.
Look at this. You can't make this up.
This went viral. I remember seeing this now. This went viral back in like 2017 or some shit.
I don't know how
this looks like the original rail lines from like the 1850s. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. Like
not even then. The original rail lines back in the 1800s were a lot better than this.
The right side of this train was dipping into the ground.
they had different standards for rails then, what they could turn, the grades they could pull, because everything wasn't as good. The railroads were actually straighter and flatter back then.
It's like driving down a boulevard in Los Angeles.
You can't make this stuff up.
Nope.
This is the guys. This is what I'm saying.
But you just did. You just did by saying this is what the trains are going through every day. They're way overloaded with cargo. This is because Biden's infrastructure didn't go. You literally just did make almost all of that up. Is the video real? Technically, yes. Did you give an explanation for it? No. Come on, dude. That's not mainland or mainline. All you have to do is talk to a railroader. Are there bad spots in railroad people complain about? Sure. There was like a bad spot we complained about all the time. Had a little dip in it. It made you feel uneasy the way it rocked you once when you went across it. We had a derail there in the past, maybe 4 or 5 years ago. And we had asked track maintenance to fix it, and they did. It took them probably 3 or 4 years to get there because it wasn't actually unsafe. People just didn't like that general feeling they got when they went across it. And it was one little whoop, and that was it. I have refused customer tracks like industry tracks. So a lot of times the railroad owns the railroad track that goes into a company, but sometimes they don't. And they'll have companies like R.J. Corman or other small railroad companies that maintain their tracks. I've refused to take loads in there because, like, maybe the track's so grown up I can't see what's behind me. I can't tell there's fucking track there or not. Or maybe it's fucking buckled in a place. Or maybe the ball of the track's ate off and there's too much slop in there. There's been I personally have refused to go down tracks and never heard a word about it. Like, I'm not going in here. You could come down here and sign off on it. You can ride the bottom and shove in here. I'm not doing it, and never heard another word about it. So, yeah, I think it was disingenuous the way they shared it. All right, guys, I think I'm out of here for the night. I don't think we got. Let me check the new donation thing. I don't think we got any. I think that'll be fun once it takes off. Hopefully, people start using it. But thank you guys for joining us. I do appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out with me. New subscribers, new people. I appreciate it. I think my back's better. I was able to stay mostly comfortable during this show. My leg went numb a couple times. I moved it around, but I think I'm gonna pull through. Hopefully, another night's sleep, and I won't even notice it. My dad's got a doctor's appointment tomorrow. I got to run him too. Hopefully, we get good news there and pull through that. I'll keep you guys updated, but I'll be back tomorrow with another show, and we're gonna have to catch up on some Patreon shows. So, thank you guys for joining us. I appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out with me. I know we talked a lot about the railroad, and that's probably boring to a lot of people, but it was fun for me. So thank you guys. And we'll see everybody on the next one. Have a good night. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. See you guys. If you requested to join the Telegram, look in your messages, your private messages, for a message from the moderators. Answer their questions. Make sure you're not a bot and you can get in. Or don't. But you won't get in, so. Also, if you ever see a freight train going 200 miles an hour, fucking run. That son of a bitch is not only going to leave the track, it's going to leave the face of the earth. You better get the fuck out of there. It's about to become an intercontinental ballistic missile. 200 miles an hour. Oh, Jay Bird, happy birthday. I didn't see you earlier in chat, but happy birthday. I missed you. I saw everybody saying in chat, but I didn't see you, so happy birthday. See you guys. Have a good night.